Chapter 1263. The sun was setting in the west, and the two riders were riding slowly on a flat sandy land commonly known as Longan. 30 miles to the south was Hoodis City, the most majestic city in Baelyang's border. There were 30,000 elite soldiers, 3,000 heavy cavalry, 6,000 light cavalry, and more than 20,000 infantry inside and outside the city. Even if the people in the city were not listed as soldiers, as long as they were in the prime of their lives, they could put on armor and fight on horseback in a hurry. Behind Hoodis City was the newly established Huaiyang Pass of the Protectorate of Northern Liang. To the left and right of Huaiyang Pass were the two great pass cities of Liuya and Taifling, both of which had more than 10,000 soldiers. Unlike Hoodis City, which had an absolute advantage in terms of infantry, Liuya and Taifling were almost entirely composed of cavalrymen in light armor. Clearly, they were different from Hoodis City, which was mainly used to stop the northern Mang's army from advancing south. These two border cities, which were slightly inferior in scale, were more responsible for taking the initiative to attack. Behind the first line of defense was the second line of defense, with Jinyuan, Qinghe, and Grave as the fulcrum, and Xiancan and Xinwu as the flanks in the north of Liangzhou, followed by the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry, which was stationed at the border of Liangzhou all year round, and the two deputy commanders of infantry and cavalry, Qin Yinshui and He Zhonghu's army. Coupled with the crisscrossing watchtowers of Wubao Castle, there was no doubt that the northern border of Liangzhou was the most difficult battlefield in Baelyang. Generally speaking, Bimang was the least likely to attack the heavily guarded northern line of Liangzhou. If the northern barbarians really wanted to open their mouths and take over this place, it would not be as simple as breaking teeth and swallowing blood. Compared to northern Liangzhou's northern line, Yozhou's side was mostly infantrymen. That was why infantry great commander Yan Wenluan's tent was also located there. Regardless of whether it was the terrain of Yozhou's northern line or the distribution of troops, it all decided that Yuzhou would be a typical offensive and defensive battle between the nomads of the north and the farmers of the central plains, one side attacking, one side defending. It wasn't like northern Liang's northern line where they relied on Su family's armored cavalry to fight northern Mang's cavalry on horseback. Originally, the Dragon Elephant Cavalry was stationed in the middle of Liangzhou and Liangzhou, so they could support both sides at any time and even roam around looking for opportunities. However, with the establishment of the 4th province, Liuzhou, and the 30,000 Longxiang army stationed there, a crack appeared in the close relationship between Liangzhou and Liangzhou. The number one city in the northwest of the Liang dynasty wasn't the provincial capital of the northern Liang, Liangling, and nether provinces, but rather this tiger-head city that appeared out of nowhere and looked down on northern Mang. On the border of Liangzhou, there were some passes like Tuma Pass for merchants to enter and leave Liang Mang, but to the north of Liangzhou, there was none. This place was destined to be filled with smoke signals and 100 battles, but never the sound of the camel bells of the caravans. Although there were only 2 riders, one of them was dragging a wretched woman whose hands were tied up. She was covered in dust, her lips were dry and cracked, and the pair of delicate embroidered shoes on her feet, which looked like those of a graceful girl from Jiangnan, were also in tatters, revealing her bloody toes. Her body was on the verge of collapse, but she was still holding on. When she was able to raise her head and look into the distance towards Tigerhead City that was rumored to be most fond of displaying the heads of northern Mang captives, because of this untimely pause, she was dragged to the ground by the warhorse. That horseman didn't turn around. She struggled with all her might to get up, or else she would be dragged towards Tigerhead City like this. However, she was already too exhausted to stand up, only able to turn around. A wave of scorching pain came from her back as she slid across the gravel. This type of pain didn't come from how great the pain was in an instant, but rather from the endless, bit-by-bit accumulation. That Bimang rider who was following orders couldn't help but turn his head to shoot a glance. This woman who was sitting high up in the clouds fell off the altar just like that, and in the end was dragged forward by him and his mount like a dog. He turned his head to look at the rider in front of him. He didn't know why this person didn't kill him, and he also didn't know why he didn't kill her. In the distance, there was a commotion. A group of several hundred riders with a majestic aura shook the earth as they approached. His heart contracted violently. This was the first time in his life that he had seen such a large number of Bailiang cavalry. He also quickly discovered that the Bailiang cavalry was different from the Lu cavalry he used to be in. The Lu cavalry was undoubtedly brave and ruthless when they broke through enemy lines and killed the enemy. After he joined the army, he was also like this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to become one of General Lu Gui's personal guards. However, the feeling these Northern Liang cavalry gave him was even more frightening. Previously, when he fought with the crossbowmen, it wasn't that obvious. He only felt that those well-known Northern Liang crossbowmen's strength was indeed astonishing. However, when their numbers exceeded 300, it gave him an extremely strange feeling, as if these 300 to 400 cavalry were a single entity. When they urged their horses and brandished their whips, it was filled with a type of forbearance and restraint that would make all of the Northern Mang's brave warriors feel extremely uncomfortable. The hooded city garrison in front of him even had the same degree of movement every time their bodies rose and fell along with the backs of their horses. He had only heard that the two large groups of heavy cavalry that had been raised with countless amounts of gold and silver could truly advance side by side when they were completely spread out in formation to charge in a single line. These 400 riders dismounted almost at the same time. The leading middle-aged rider knelt on one knee. He lowered his head and cupped his fists. General Lu Jinu pays his respects to the prince. Then the 400 riders said in unison, "Respects to the prince." Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Rise, all of you. This time, I've troubled General Lu to come out of the city to welcome me." The young captive behind Su Fengnian, who could still ride a horse and put on armor, was stunned for a moment. He couldn't quite wrap his head around it. However, when he saw General Lu, who was wearing armor and carrying a crossbow and looked exactly like the rider behind him, stand up, he seemed to be a cripple. Chapter 1264. Then he knew who this plain-looking lame general was. He was Bailiang's #1 border general, Hooded City's guard General Lame Lu. He didn't know who Lu Jinu was, but almost every soldier with the surname Lu had heard of this legendary Lame Lu in the desert. This person was different from Baimang's valiant generals, who were cursed at in Baimang the more they performed. Lame Lu was recognized as a great general in the world by the scholars of Baimang's southern dynasty. He governed the army strictly, but outside of the battlefield, he treated the soldiers like his own children. He had 2 sons and 2 daughters. His sons had died at the border, and his youngest son had died at the age of 16. Both of his daughters had married his subordinates, and both of them had become widows. Lame Lu was never merciful to his enemies, but he never killed the innocent. 14 years ago, during a long-distance revenge raid, he went deep into the heart of Gusai province and beheaded tens of thousands of people along the way. His leg had been pierced by a captive woman with a dagger, but Lame Lu still didn't kill her. He only left behind a sentence that no one knew whether it was true or false, but was widely spread on the grasslands. No matter if it's our Bailiang or your Baimang, only when all the men are dead will it be your women's turn. Lu Jinu accompanied Su Fengnian to the majestic Tiger Head city. More than half of his life was spent there. Looking at the tall city walls, the eyes of this military general, who had achieved great feats on the battlefield, were unusually warm. The 400 elite riders behind them slowly turned their horses around and returned. They couldn't help but glance at the 2 strange people. The young man riding the horse was dressed in northern barbarian attire and carried a lot of weapons. He was dragging a woman with a mink forehead who could only walk pitifully. After entering the city, Su Fengnian took a bath and changed his clothes. Lu Jinu and a few hooded city captains stood respectfully at the steps of the outer courtyard. The last time Su Fengnian patrolled the border as the new Prince Liang, he stopped at Huayang Pass and didn't come here. It was said that the captains at that time complained that this prince looked down on their hooded city and treated the soldiers of hooded city as the children of Bailiang's stepmother. The captain who led the 3,000 heavy cavalry openly declared that if he had the ability, he would let the cowardly garrison at Huayang Pass practice martial arts with him. He didn't want to bully the cavalry of Huayang Pass because they were light cavalry. At worst, he could borrow another 2,000 or 3,000 soldiers from them. He could still beat those guys without 3 rounds of charge. Su Fengnian saw a strong man who pretended to be calm but was obviously a little restrained. He waved his hand and motioned for the pillars of Huda's city to sit down and talk. With Lu Jinu's experience and military achievements, he could talk calmly with the old Prince Liang. Of course, he wouldn't be at a loss when facing Su Fengnian, the new prince of Beiliang. He calmly sat on the stone bench. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Ma Jili, who had scolded him the most after drinking, move the stone bench and sit at the back like a shy little girl who didn't dare to see her lover. Su Fengnian tilted his head, as if he was looking for someone. He deliberately asked with a smile, "General Lu, is Captain Ma, who said that even if he can't beat me in martial arts, he can drink me down?" Lu Jinu held back his laughter and didn't speak. The captains, who were as rough as the sandstorm in the frontier fortress, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Their laughter was full of straightforward kindness. No matter how feminine a man was, he would probably be hardened by the scorching sun here year after year. No matter how narrow-minded a man was, he would probably be bullied by the vast sky here day after day. Ma Jili straightened his back and stuck his head out from behind his comrade's back. Reporting to Wang Ye, he said, "Lowly officer is here. If you, senior, are really angry and want lowly officer to eat a whip, lowly officer will have no objection. But when I'm being whipped, can you find a place where my subordinates can't see? Otherwise, I'll be laughed at by those guys." Su Fengnian obviously didn't want to bicker with this man. He asked, "General Lu, can everyone drink?" Lu Jinu nodded and joked, "Of course, everyone can drink. That's how it is when these people fight. When it comes to drinking, everyone is number one. However, Ma Jili and Chu Hanqing both have to be on night patrol. As long as the others don't get too drunk, it's fine." Su Fengnian grunted, "Then let's stop drinking. We can only make up for what we owe in the future." Lu Jinu turned his head and shouted, "Ma Jili, go with Chu Hanqing and bring 2 jars of wine here. Then go on night patrol." Ma Jili was relieved. He ran out of the courtyard with another captain and quickly returned with 2 jars of green and wine. Feeling guilty, Ma Jili didn't dare to stay any longer. He wanted to run away quickly. Chu Hanqing, the elegant captain of Huda's city, hesitated for a moment. He looked at Su Fengnian and asked, "Your Highness, I can't drink tonight. I don't know when and where I can drink next time. Can I use an empty bowl to offer a toast to your Highness?" Su Fengnian nodded. Chu Hanqing raised the empty bowl high. Su Fengnian stood up and drank the green and wine in one gulp. Ma Jili asked nervously, "Your Highness, how about I also offer you a toast?" Su Fengnian smiled and drank another bowl. Su Fengnian sat back down on the stone bench. He looked at the border officers who all had sincere smiles on their faces and asked, "General Lu, is there anything else Huda's city needs? Feel free to ask." Lu Jinu held the bowl in one hand and rested the other on his lame leg. He shook his head with a smile and said, "There's nothing else." Su Fengnian didn't say anything else. He drank silently with these old generals of northern Liang who were already over 40 years old. In the end, Lu Jinu only said one sentence, "Since your Highness is sitting here, then I can say something that I thought I couldn't say. Huda's city has more than 40,000 people. Today, they've all drunk your Highness' farewell wine. Even if they die, they have no regrets." Chapter 1265. When Lu Jinu and the other generals left the courtyard, Su Fengnian had the guards outside call for the 2 captives. Elsewhere, Commandery Princess Hong Yan was wolfing down food. When she reluctantly walked into the courtyard, her clothes were still ragged, but her mouth was greasy. When she crossed the threshold, she even burped. This made the Lu cavalry soldier beside her, who was still wearing his armor and carrying his saber and bow, feel curious. He probably realized that a woman like her was not truly otherworldly after all. There was still half a jar of green ant wine left on the table. Clearly, Lu Jinu and the others had shown mercy. Su Fengnian picked up the wine bowl and pointed at a few stone stools. Commandery Princess Hongyan sat down. The young cavalry soldier, who respected Su Fengnian more and more like a god, still stood obediently. Commandery Princess Hongyan glanced at the wine jar and bowl on the table and subconsciously sniffed. She was not afraid of itching when she had so many lice, so she poured herself a bowl of wine. She had tasted green ant wine at Falling Horse Pass, and even in the imperial court and the capital. She did not think it tasted that good before, but today, the wine burned from the tip of her tongue to her throat, and then to her stomach. Her entire body instantly warmed up. She felt warm and full. At the same time, she looked at Su Fengnian with more provocation. She knew that Su Fengnian did not let her commit suicide, so it would be harder for her to die than to live. Of course, this was not necessarily a good thing. Before entering Tiger Head City, she had thought of countless sinister ways Su Fengnian could humiliate her as Commandery Princess Hongyan. However, looking at the current situation, while the situation was indeed terrible, it was still within her acceptable range. She raised her head and drank the wine in the bowl in one big gulp. Wiping the corner of her mouth, she said with a charming smile, "What? Does your highness want me to serve you in bed? Then why don't you let me change into a clean set of clothes?" Su Fengnian asked in return, "Do you need me to send you a mirror so you can look at yourself?" Princess Hongyan flew into a rage out of humiliation. Just as she was about to raise her hand to throw the wine bowl away, she quickly suppressed this impulse. She silently poured another bowl of wine. Every bowl she could get was a bowl. Su Fengnian ignored the featherless phoenix. He turned his head to look at the rider who called himself Chifu Longguan and said, "You are very talented in martial arts. That is why I did not kill you." There was another reason that Su Fengnian did not mention. From the eyes of the dragon crown, one could not see the hatred that even an outsider like Princess Hongyan would have. Even if a person could hide their expression and eyes, the flow of their qi could not be hidden from Su Fengnian's eyes. The fluctuation of qi was directly related to happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy. This meant that Chifu Longguan, this unpolished jade that had been buried, might be able to go very far on the path of martial arts. Of course, the most important reason was that Su Fengnian hoped that there would be someone who could balance his disciple Yudilong in the future. This child was the youngest but was the eldest disciple. Unlike Wang Sheng and Lu Yunzhang, whose personalities were clear, there were too many uncertainties. Su Fengnian did not want to have another Xianyuan pan in his hands in the future. As for Chifu Longguan, he was like a random cat or dog picked up from the side of the road. His talent in martial arts was not the best that Su Fengnian had seen, but he was the most interesting. For example, Jiang and I and the charcoal girl of the Guanyin sect were called sword embryos. For example, Hong Shixiang and Zhao Ningxian of Longhu Mountain were the reincarnations of enlightened masters and were called Bodhi seeds. The Buddhist sect also had the concept of reincarnated spiritual children. As for Chifu Longguan, he was a little different. He had a bit of everything and nothing was pure. But this was precisely the case. He was most in line with Su Fengnian's martial arts journey. Moreover, in that battle, Chifu Longguan had truly caught the thin line between the breaths of Su Fengnian, this celestial being. In the present world, there were less than a handful of such people, and this nameless soldier was one of them. Chifu Longguan was only 18 years old, but he was already one of Lu Gui's personal cavalry. One had to know that the number one saber user, Gu Jiantang, might not even be as good as Chifu Longguan at this age. Of course, Su Fengnian was even more so back then. Chifu Longguan was a bit nervous. He said in a trembling voice, "King of Bailiang, this lowly one has been an orphan since young. I'll go wherever there's food to eat. If your highness doesn't trust this lowly one, you can let this lowly one join the Bailiang frontier army. Even a foot soldier is fine. I won't hesitate to kill Baimang. At this time, Princess Hongyan laughed sinisterly and fanned the flames. Orphan. Maybe your parents died under the hooves of the Bailiang cavalry. It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Chifu Longguan was not as shrewd as her, but he was no fool. He couldn't hold back and cursed, "Bitch. Bullshit your mother." The young man said with red eyes, "My parents were beaten to death by you rich and powerful bastards from the Southern Dynasty." Princess Hongyan was furious. The Southern Dynasty. What is the Southern Dynasty? The entire Southern Dynasty is just a watchdog raised by the Yelu family. I am Yelu Hongkai, a lowly person like you who can't even walk within 100 steps of me. Chifu Longguan's breathing was rapid, his chest heaving up and down. He took a big step forward and slapped this woman. Princess Hongyan was not a blockhead. She lowered her head and retreated, hiding behind Su Fengnian like a wisp of smoke. She chattered with a smug expression, "Hey, you can't hit me. Look at you, you deserve to never be able to avenge your parents. Oh, maybe trash like you was in the army and worked for the Southern Dynasty. Maybe you worked for those enemies." Chifu Longguan suddenly calmed down and stared at this woman. Princess Hongyan felt a bone-deep chill. She carefully took back the wine bowl and poured herself another bowl of green ant wine. At this time, there was a light knock on the door. Su Fengnian poured 2 bowls of wine and said softly, "Senior Tantai, please come in." Chapter 1266. When the uninvited guest sat down, Su Fengnian passed her a bowl of wine. The other party did not stand on ceremony and drank a mouthful of wine. Her cheeks were slightly red. Yelu Hongkai looked at this tall lady curiously. Every move she made showed the bearing of a grandmaster. There was also a kind of heart-tugging free and easy style. Su Fengnian smiled and asked, "Senior, how did you know that I have arrived at Tigerhead City?" Tantai Pingjing said indifferently, "I heard from my master that the celestial beings look down on all living things in the world, just like how we look at the fireflies in the summer night. Most of the fireflies are fleeting, but there are always a few that are especially bright. At some point, they are even as bright as the stars." Su Fengnian suddenly understood. It must have been because they had intercepted and killed the 400 cavalrymen earlier that the Qi Refinement Grandmaster, who was good at observing aura, caught some clues. Then, she was just waiting for them near Tigerhead City. According to Tantai Pingjing, or to be precise, according to the explanation of this master of the sect, the top masters of the world were only the people of the world, of the immortals in the clouds. However, for masters like Bodhisattva Tuoba and Chao Zhangqing, the fireflies they emitted were particularly eye-catching. Qi refinement warriors were mending the net of law on behalf of the heavens. Naturally, it would be easier for them to find this small group of experts. Su Fengnian asked, "Can it be said that when people seek Tao and attain Tao, they are using the light of a grain of rice to compete with the brightness of the moon?" Tantai Pingjing shook her head and said, "Master said that after cultivating Tao, it is nothing more than a drop of water in the sea. The water of the Yellow River comes from the sky. No, it comes from the sea. Therefore, it flows into the sea and never returns." "No." Su Fengnian joked, "Your master's words are so sharp, so reasonable." Tantai Pingjing dismissed it with a smile as if she was a venerable. Su Fengnian stared at Princess Hongyan, who wanted to secretly pour a bowl of wine for herself. The latter retracted her hand resentfully. Su Fengnian pointed at the courtyard door. Chifu Longguan took the lead and left. Princess Hongyan waited for a moment and guessed that the brat had gone far away. Only then did she sneak over to the courtyard door and cross the threshold. In the end, a crisp and clear paw sound was heard, followed by Princess Hongyan's furious curses. Tantai Pingjing said softly, "Your Highness has a good eye." Su Fengnian was puzzled. "What do you mean?" She took a small sip of wine. "This man and woman are both people with good fortune. They are worthy of Prince's care." Su Fengnian sneered, "Look." Tantai Pingjing's expression didn't change. "If your luck is too good, then that is your destiny. If it were a normal person, would they be able to survive if they had an extra 100 lives when facing a martial arts expert who had started a massacre?" Su Fengnian was about to speak when Tantai Pingjing shook her head and said, "You have your reasons, but it doesn't change the fact that they survived." She continued, "According to our previous agreement, our Guanyin sect will stay south of Huaiyang Pass and north of Qinghe Pass. We will also do our best to gather good fortune for Beiliang. However, whether we stay or leave in the end is not up to the Beiliang Frontier Army to decide." Su Fengnian nodded. "Of course." She still asked bluntly, "What if your Highness unfortunately dies?" Su Fengnian said helplessly, "Don't worry. If that day really comes, I will give it all to that charcoal girl before I die." Tantai Pingjing hovered the wine bowl and asked seriously, "The war is imminent. Isn't it a bit unlucky for you to say this to me?" Su Fengnian smiled at the woman who seemed to be completely ignorant of worldly affairs and asked, "What do you think?" Tantai Pingjing rested one arm on the stone table and the other hand holding the wine bowl. She raised her head to look at the starry sky. Su Fengnian was in a peaceful mood. He closed his eyes and slowly took a sip of wine. The two people who didn't look at each other casually asked and answered each other's questions. The Beimang army's forces on the border are almost at their limit, but they still have spare soldiers and horses to launch the next wave of attacks on the northern grasslands. Faced with an enemy that the entire Liang dynasty should be able to contend against, aren't you worried about Liuzhou, which has the least danger? Of course I'm worried. It's probably like when Su Shao watched me go to the Central Plains in Beimang. To attack Liangzhou, Liuzhou, or Yuzhou, which one to attack first has its advantages and disadvantages for Beimang. What do you think? In truth, it doesn't matter where we attack first. My father, Su Shao, my master, Li Yishan, Yuan Zuozong, Chu Lushan, Yan Wenluan, Chen Yunchue, He Zhonghu, and people like Lu Jinu of Huda have already done the best they can for Beiliang. You might not believe it, but I'm beginning to think that Beiliang might really be able to hold on. But I don't know who will die on the battlefield in Beiliang. I don't want to know. Then why hasn't Tuoba appeared on the border? It's just like how the Zhao clan Son of Heaven wants to keep Gu Jiantang in the north and not let him go to Guangling Road, because this is the dynasty's final trump card. When that old woman and the imperial tutor needed Tuoba to personally take action, it meant that the situation was starting to slip out of control. Before this, they were all confident that victory was in their grasp. Tantai Pingjing suddenly asked a very off-topic question, "Why didn't you kill that Beimang princess?" Su Fengnian laughed involuntarily. After a moment of silence, he looked at the starry sky with her. "Of course it's not that I like her. It's just that she reminds me of someone I miss very much. We both like Martin forehead coverings, have the same bad reputation, and have the same unyielding character. I could have killed her but I didn't because I wanted her to know how difficult it is to live." Tantai Pingjing poured the last bit of wine into her bowl and finished it in one gulp. "Who do you really care about?" Su Fengnian stretched out his finger and pointed at the starry sky. He said gently, "My elder sister is there." After some time, Su Fengnian came back to his senses. He could not help but hold his forehead and sigh. This number one Qi refinement warrior of the dynasty, who had extraordinary status and strength, not only fell asleep drunk, but was also snoring on the table. Su Fengnian could read her mind. He looked at her and sighed. "You must be missing your master, right?" Chapter 1267. As the morning mist rose, a group of people rode out of Tiger Head City's south gate and parted ways. Chifu Longguan changed into the armor of the Bailiang Light Cavalry, and at the same time received a new identity card. His name was also changed to Chifu Longguan. From today onwards, he was a member of the Bailiang Frontier Army. When he left the city, the young man who had betrayed Bei Mang would occasionally touch the cold saber at his waist. The Bailiang war saber was known as the Grand Su style, which meant that all war sabers in the world had to be made using the Su family's war saber. Chifu Longguan knew that if this war saber was sold in the royal court, it would be impossible to get it without 500 taels of silver. Moreover, there was a price but no market. Countless members of the royal family and the grassland were proud to be able to collect the complete set of Su Yangliang saber. Chifu Longguan, who was used to being poor, had such a saber. His back straightened a bit, and he always felt that he was now a rich man. But there was a secret that made the young rider even more excited than the cold saber-like crossbow and his identity. The king of Bailiang had passed on to him a nameless saber manual and a set of Wudong mantras. Chifu Longguan was now full of pride, and he was also willing to fight on the battlefield for the young new king of Liang. He followed the king of Bailiang's orders to escort Princess Hongyan to Luzhou. As long as he threw this yellow woman to the border, he could ignore her. When the time came, he could directly join the Longxiang army. After that, whether he lived or died in the Battle of Liangmang would depend on his own luck. Yellow Hongkai hesitated, then turned his horse around and spurred it to catch up to Su Fingnian. He stopped his horse to block the way and said in a low voice, "You're just going to let me go back to Bei Mang like this?" Su Fingnian smiled and said, "What else? Let the Jade Cicada Prefecture take out a mountain of gold and silver to redeem you. Even if your father is willing to pay, you are destined not to return alive." A proper princess captured by Bailiang as a captive, the Yellow family probably can't afford to lose face. Yellow Hongkai wanted to say something but stopped. Su Fingnian waved his hand and said, "Your life and death has no bearing on the big picture. Don't think too highly of yourself." Yellow Hongkai smiled playfully and said, "I originally wanted to reveal the whereabouts of the Bei Mang army, but since you don't want to listen to my calculations and guesses, then forget it." Su, Yellow Hongkai's eyes, Yellow Hongkai. The woman narrowed her eyes, her face as dark as water. She fiercely slammed her horse whip and brushed past the repulsive fellow. Su Fingnian and Tantai Pingjing continued on their way to Huayang Pass. Seeing the questioning look of this Qi refinement grandmaster, Su Fingnian smiled softly and said, "Given Yellow Hongkai's scheming nature, I can't expect her to tell me the truth. She might even lie about the military situation to trick me once. Instead of being tormented by her words and becoming suspicious of everything, I might as well not listen." Yellow Hongkai smiled and said, "My intuition tells me that once this lady speaks, she will speak the truth." Su Fingnian mocked himself, "It sounds like we have suffered a great loss." But he did not call back Princess Hongyan, who might be kind-hearted once in a while. Tantai Hongyan smiled and did not speak anymore. She was tall. Although she was 100 years old, her face was still youthful. She was dressed in snow-white clothes. When she galloped, her clothes fluttered in the wind, like a huge white lotus blooming on the desert. At this moment, this scene was worthy of being described as shocking. After a moment of silence, Tantai Hongkai suddenly asked curiously, "Bei Mang has a huge debate on whether to attack the Bailiang in the west or the Liang dynasty in the east. If not for the mysterious royal tutor from the chess and sword music school and the new king of the south courtyard, Dongzhua, who insisted on attacking the Bailiang first, you Bailiang would be the laughing stock of Gu Jiantang now. Apart from that, most of the Bei Mang generals and officials, as well as the most powerful factions in the grassland, felt that it was more worthwhile to attack the east. After all, if they defeated the two lines of defense, they would be able to force their way to Great Peace City. They might even be able to cooperate with West Chu's revival in Guangling Road. This would exhaust the Liang dynasty's army and make them unable to cooperate with each other. Why would the Empress of Beimang stand her ground against all opinions and agree to fight the Beiliang to the death? Isn't this exactly what the Empress of the Zhao family wanted? Besides, even if we take down Beiliang, we still have Qin Jibao's western Shu as a buffer. Su Fengnian smiled and interrupted Tantai Hongcai's words. It's very simple. Beimang can attack Beiliang with all their strength, but they definitely won't dare to attack the Liang dynasty in the east. They don't dare to expose their butts to the 300,000 border soldiers of Beiliang. The Beiliang cavalry, who have experienced hundreds of battles, not only have unparalleled mobility, they are also very familiar with the desert terrain and long-distance raids. The northern Mang dared to send 200,000 soldiers to sit opposite Gu Jiantang, drink wine, eat meat, drink tea, and admire the moon. If it was the northern Liang, they would have eaten until not even the bones were left. Then, they would swagger in and the entire southern dynasty would suffer. It's not that the Taiping Commandery and Fatty Dong don't know what the Liang imperial court is planning, but they don't have a choice. If they don't take down Beiliang in one go and attack the eastern line that seems simple but is actually controlled by Zhang Julu, Gu Jiantang, and Qin Jibao, Beimang would be wasting their national strength. And the most important thing is... Tantai Hongcai suddenly understood and nodded. I understand. As long as the Beiliang cavalry stays in the northwest, it means that even if the Liang dynasty loses the eastern line and even causes Great Peace City to be trapped, they still have enough initiative to change the stalemate. However, if Beimang successfully defeats Beiliang in one go, the initiative will switch to the Beimang Empress. In particular, if the Beiliang cavalry, known as the best in the world, is completely wiped out, no matter how much the people of the Central Plains dislike the Beiliang Su family, they have already lost half of their souls. If even Beiliang can't stop Beimang's iron hooves going south, then who can stop them? Su Fengnian sighed emotionally. Ever since Zhang Julu came to power, he didn't really support the military affairs of the northwest border, but he also didn't restrict them too much. This is also the strength of the Grand Secretary. It seems quiet and inactive, and there are suspicions that Beiliang is nurturing a tiger, but in reality, he is helping the Zhao family win a day of sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight. Tantai Hongcai gazed at Great Peace City in the east and murmured, the son of the Zhao family has already made a choice between home and country. Liang is committing suicide. Chapter 1268. Su Fengnian sneered, that's why the court is waiting for a good show to begin, but the biggest contributor behind the scenes won't be able to see this day. Isn't it because they're afraid that the new emperor won't be able to suppress the old Grand Secretary? They're afraid that too many poor carps will jump over the dragon's gate. When these wild carps enter the court and gradually band together, they'll all be barefooted guys who aren't afraid of wearing shoes. If they die, then they die. In any case, they'll be alone in the world, unlike the sons of wealthy families who still have to consider the interests of the huge families behind them. Even if more than half of these poor men are greedy for the feeling of wealth and honor, as long as 2 or 3 of them refuse to be controlled and dare to stiffen their necks to oppose the emperor, pleading for the people all day long, then it'll be enough for the emperor of the Zhao family to suffer. The next person to sit on the dragon throne, Zhao Zhuan, doesn't have the military merit of the previous emperor unifying the Central Plains, nor does he have the current emperor's 20 years of experience of suppressing civil and military officials like Su Shao, Zhang Julu, and Gu Jiantang. Zhao Zhuan's father, if he doesn't do something before he dies, how can he be at ease handing over the entire world to Zhao Zhuan? Therefore, he painstakingly invited Qi Yanglong, who was already half in the yellow earth, to be the imperial tutor. By the time the old fellow stabilizes the situation in the court, he'll be about to die of old age. By that time, Zhao Zhuan will already be fully fledged. The vassal kings and generals will also have their military power stripped. In addition, he'll have the assistance of ministers like Yin Mao Chen, who don't have a deep enough foundation. He'll also be able to promote the sons and grandsons of wealthy families to keep the former in check. He won't have to be as diligent as the current emperor. He can just lie down comfortably and be the emperor. Sometimes, when I think about that blue-eyed man, I really feel that it's not worth it for him. Tantai Pingjing sighed. Su Fingnian said self-mockingly, I just don't know if the Grand Secretary feels that it's not worth it for Bailiang. Tantai Pingjing smiled and asked, is there resentment? Su Fingnian exhaled and said in a deep voice, my resentment is great. Tantai Pingjing said, it just so happens that Beimang bumped into the tip of Bailiang's blade. Su Fingnian looked at the sky. Perhaps this year's snow couldn't cover the blood. The headquarters of the Northern Liang Protectorate within Huaiyang Pass was still ridiculously simple and crude. This made the Huaiyang commandant, Huang Laifu, very nervous. Although he could not say that he was unable to eat or sleep in peace, every time he went to participate in the military affairs of the Protectorate General, he would always feel that this was not the case. A few of his close friends liked to use this matter to poke at him. Huang Laifu didn't even have a chance to talk back. He could only accept his fate. Over time, he became the #1 joke in Liangzhou's northern border. But as the atmosphere of the impending war grew thicker and thicker, these harmless jokes quickly disappeared. Today, Huang Laifu went to the Protector's manor to do official business. Recently, several generals and commanders were in the manor, discussing the deployment of Beimang's troops and the direction of the main attack. Huang Laifu was a rough man who knew how to fight but was not good at talking. He couldn't get a word in. But when he heard the arguments of the old generals and commanders, he felt very comfortable. He felt that as long as they were in charge of the border, not to mention the fact that the Bailiang frontier army was strong and unharmed. Even if Hudi's city was accidentally lost, Huang Laifu would take it back without a second thought. When Huang Laifu walked into the lobby of the Protector's manor, which was hung with maps of various sizes, he obviously felt something strange. In the center of the lobby, there was a huge table made of yellow pear wood. On both sides of the table, there were many new faces. Infantry Commander Yan Wenwan, an experienced general, should be visiting Huaiyang Pass for the first time. Cavalry Commander Yuan Zuozong was also here. Great Ancestor Gu, Zhou Kong, He Zhonghu, and Qin Yinchue, the 4 new and old deputy commanders were here for the first time. Qi Danghua, one of the general's adopted sons, was also standing on one side. Yuzhou Provincial Governor Hu Kuei and Yuzhou General Wang Fuqiu stood side by side. Liangzhou Provincial Governor Wang Peifang, who had just been promoted from Yuzhou Provincial Governor to a higher position, was trembling with fear. This Bailiang Provincial Governor, who could be said to have made a name for himself, was standing alone in the most remote corner. Obviously, on this occasion, the fart of any other armored general would be more effective than him, a civil official, shouting at the top of his lungs. But the person that shocked Huang Laifu the most was the second princess, Su Weisheng. She sat in a wheelchair, her hands interlaced as she stared at the map of the border on the table. The Bailiang Protector General held an inkstone in one hand and a brush in the other. The ink in the inkstone was crimson-red ink. Chu Lushan stood by Su Weisheng's side, bending over to draw red lines on the map while constantly speaking softly. Huang Laifu tiptoed over. There were already 20-some people standing on both sides of the table, so he could only find a place to sit. He just happened to hear Chu Lushan say in a low voice, "Earlier, we sent a ballista archer into the heart of Gusai province and discovered that Lu Gui's army had already set out. Now, we can confirm that they're heading for Liuzhou. Other than Lu Gui's 30,000 elite soldiers, the 4 military towns to the south, including tile-building Gentleman's Pavilion, have also moved out in full force. The old noble clans of Longguan have also brought out 30,000 infantry, and there are also the 8,000 Chang cavalry from Gusai province that require our attention. Together, these 100,000 soldiers are all heading for the current capital of Liuzhou, Azure City." Chu Lushan used his brush to point at a certain area north of Azure City. The 30,000 infantry from the noble clans of Longguan will be used as the main force to attack the city. This much is obvious. Then, he lightly drew a line between Azure City and Linyao military town. If nothing unexpected happens, the 8,000 Chang cavalry will be waiting here to tie down the reinforcements on the western front of Liuzhou. If they can win, they fight. If they can't win, they run. The Chang cavalry doesn't have any other abilities, but their ability to run is top-notch. I've already experienced it for myself more than a decade ago. The generals in the room all smiled knowingly. During the first Northern Mang-Li-Yang battle, everyone knew that Chu Lushan, who shone brilliantly in the smoke of battle, had two regrets. The first was that he wasn't able to kill Dong Zhuo, who was also a fatty, and the second was that he actually wasn't able to chase down that routed Chang cavalry. Chu Lushan moved the tip of his brush, drawing a line between Liuzhou and Azure City. As the main force, Lu Gui's army should be here, Su Weisheng frowned. When he heard this, he interrupted Chu Lushan's words. Are they just going to retreat and let Lu Gui infiltrate Liuzhou? Even if Liuzhou only has 30,000 Long Xiang army, they don't have to be so passive. Ancestor Gu bent over the map with his hands behind his back. He slowly said, if we say that Liuzhou and Yuzhou borders can wait, then Liuzhou doesn't need to wait. The 30,000 Long Xiang army only needs to find Lu Gui's main force and defeat them. The rest of the scattered soldiers are nothing to be afraid of. Beiliang has this ability outside the gates of the Kingdom of War. The deputy commander of the cavalry, He Zhong, suddenly said, don't look at how Lu Gui's side has the advantage in numbers. This amount of soldiers isn't enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. Even if Dong Zhuo has a backup plan, based on their current deployment, there won't even be enough time to collect the corpses of their warhorses. Chu Lushan extended two fingers and pinched the crimson tip of his brush. He turned a deaf ear to He Zhong's words. He only stared at his slightly ink-stained fingers and calmly said, the bait is too small to catch a big fish. Chu Lushan suddenly laughed. In the silent room, it was particularly eye-catching. This protector general stuck his thumb and index finger together and raised his hand. He smiled and said, our Beiliang cavalry is too strong. We have to give our opponents a little bit of hope. Chapter 1269. There are only 2 chapters today. There was a side room in the Huaiyang Pass Protectorate Manor. Rumor had it that there were a bunch of petty officials gathered there. They were all insignificant officials who were neither learned nor trained in martial arts. However, the Protector General would often enter this side room. Other than that, this side room was rarely visited. Contrary to what the outside world had imagined, the side room was not desolate. There were only a few old pedants gathered together inside. On the contrary, it was very lively. Many young faces had appeared, making the room seem particularly lively. There were maps hanging on the east and west walls of the room. There were maps of the borders of Beiliang and the 2 provinces of Beimang. The maps on the 2 walls were the same. The only difference was that they were old. The east wall was old, while the west wall was new. There were 2 people sitting at a table in the room. There was always a person standing at the table with a brush in his hand, in charge of recording some words. The tables were piled with Beimang records and secret files. Many of these things were probably not even available to the Southern Dynasty's Ministry of War and Ministry of Revenue. The reason why the east and west walls were divided into old and new ones was a suggestion made by a junior in the room. Since the enemy's commander-in-chief, Dong Zhuo, had been biding his time and did not show any signs of mobilizing troops, Beiliang might as well investigate the changes in the 2 provinces of Beimang that bordered Liangmang over the past few years. They circled the cities and towns that had increased their military strength in recent years, as well as the new courier routes that had been opened at great expense. They also focused on finding out the training grounds at the Beimang border over the years. The young man who gave this suggestion was surnamed Yu. It was said that he was an idle scholar who had gone to Liangmang to seek refuge in the Yamen, where he could not get enough money. Only then did he enter the room through his connections. There were 6 or 7 other miscellaneous officials who entered the room at the same time as you. Some of them were sons of generals who had studied the military and were born with a scholarly air. There were also some who had similar backgrounds as you. They were all scholars from other provinces who were picked up by others. Their ambitions were higher than the sky, but their lives were thinner than paper. Most of the older seniors in the room were frustrated people who had not made a name for themselves in the officialdom. They had one thing in common: their necks were hard and their knees were even harder. They did not know how to bow and bend their knees. Usually, they liked to drown their sorrows in alcohol. Once they drank too much, they would naturally be unable to control their mouths and talk about the state affairs. Then, one day, they would suddenly be taken to the border by the Whispering Room spies. They did not even have the chance to say goodbye to their families before they disappeared into thin air. At first, they were scared witless, thinking that they were going to be beheaded by the temperamental Great Demon Chu. Later, they found out that they were just helping to analyze the situation of the war. Gradually, they calmed down. However, although they had become guests of the Protectorate General and were working for the Protectorate General, they did not have any official rank or salary. They were neither in heaven nor on earth, so it was not a pleasant job. Fortunately, these people had long worn away their ambitions in the officialdom. They were able to endure the dull and tedious work in the room. In addition, Lord Chu Lushan's reputation was too frightening. Every one of them was cautious and conscientious. They were afraid that one day, Chu Lushan would feel that they were officials who did not want to work hard without complaint. Then, with a crack, their heads would be chopped off. The outsiders who often came in and out of the room were all people who had walked out of the Fu Shui room. They constantly sent strange things to the people in the room. There were documents on the recent promotions of the Ministry of War, reports from the Ministry of Revenue on the amount of grain that had been lost in various places. There were even papers of different textures, specific details such as which beacon and which relay road had been repaired were written down. These Fu Shui room spies came and went hurriedly. When they entered the room, they did not say a word. They put down the secret records and silently left, their eyes never looking sideways. In the words of Sir Hong, who was temporarily in charge of the room, they were ruthless people who killed without blinking and slept without closing their eyes. The older ones, like Sir Hong, believed in doing more and speaking less. At most, they would occasionally sigh with emotion. As for the young man called Udiji, he was even more like a newborn calf that was not afraid of a tiger. He dared to speak freely in the room. The young scholar Li Yuan Zhaoying, whose father was the county magistrate of Lingzhou, had a great argument 2 days ago about whether the Beimang army should be attacking Liuzhou or not. The argument was so earth-shattering that even Sir Chu was alarmed. At dusk, Sir Hong, whose eyesight was not good, even though he was sitting by the window, where the light was the best, he still lit an oil lamp. When he turned his head, he heard the sound of light footsteps that he was used to. Turning his head, he saw an extremely young and tender Fu Shui room spy. After entering the room, he handed over a letter to Wang Guifang, who was in charge of receiving the item. Sir Hong no longer feared these people who had once made all of the Beiliang officials feel their hairs stand on end. It was not that Sir Hong was bold, but after all, he was working for the Protector General. It was no different from having a golden protective talisman stuck to his forehead. What was there to be afraid of? However, it was impossible for Sir Hong to have a good impression of these people. It was not just him. Most of the people in the room did not want to have anything to do with the Fu Shui room. Sir Hong inadvertently discovered that after his old friend Wang Guifang and the young spy walked out, he revealed a carefully concealed expression of disdain and bad luck. He used his fingers to pinch the document and quickly placed it on the young man Udiji's desk. Sir Hong stood up and pretended to look at the map on the wall. When he passed by Yudiji's desk, he saw that it was a page that had been casually torn off by someone. Most of it was soaked in blood, but the blood had already dried. Chapter 1270. Sir Hong shook his head helplessly. These spies from the Fu Shui chamber were too careless. The things they sent over every few days were either wrinkled, as if they had been pulled out of the water, or grit could still be shaken out of them. Today, it was even more exaggerated. It was even stained with blood. In the dusk outside the room, the young spy raised his arm and fiercely wiped his eyes. Then he walked down the steps and left with large strides. The spy saw a young man in casual clothes standing at the door to the courtyard. The two looked at each other. The spy's eyes were filled with well-hidden wariness. His intuition told him that if this person was an enemy, he would probably die. The two brushed past each other. Even though the young spy knew that this person could appear in the protectorate personally watched by Sir Chu, he was definitely not a spy from Beimang. However, the young man still subtly bent down slightly, one hand tucked into his sleeve. Only when the distance between them increased did he feel relieved. He realized that his hand holding the dagger was covered in sweat. The young spy was somewhat curious. That person was not very old, so why was he able to make him unconsciously assume a posture as if he was facing a great enemy? When Su Fingnian quietly walked into the room, Wang Guifang, whose desk was near the door, raised his eyelids. He only thought that this was another spy from the Fu Shui chamber. He stood up and extended his hand. Su Fingnian asked quietly, "Where is the thing that was just sent over?" Yudiji suddenly raised his head. Just as he was about to speak, he saw the incognito king of Beimang shake his head slightly. He understood and stood up, handing the paper to Su Fingnian. He was none other than Yu Wandao, the eldest grandson of the Yu family, a powerful clan in the Central Plains. His pseudonym was Yudiji, and he worked as a handyman in this house. He was a nobody, and he spent all his time picking and choosing from those secret records and documents. In fact, as long as Yu Wandao wanted to get an official position, Hu Kuei, the provincial governor of Liangzhou, who was deeply respected by Su Fingnian, could make him a fourth-rank general, not to mention others. The piece of paper that Yu Wandao handed to Su Fingnian was a page from the famous prose collection, Small Window Leisure, written by Lu Jingsheng, the literary giant of the former Southern Tang dynasty. It was widely circulated among the remaining elders of the spring and autumn period. However, the pages of this Southern Tang edition could not be considered very valuable, and the text on the page was also very popular. However, the line of hastily written words added at the end of the page might not be worth 1,000 gold, but it was definitely more valuable than the life of the writer. Before the great battle, the scouts would die first. But many people didn't know that spies would die earlier. Moreover, they would only die silently. It couldn't even be considered tragic. Yu Wandao wanted to open his mouth to explain that those scattered, obscure, and unwritten words should be linked together in the secret file unique to Fu Shui Room to explain why. Outsiders didn't know that Fu Shui Room had an extremely hidden book of explaining words. Different death warriors and spies corresponded to their own written explanations. Therefore, even if a secret spy report was intercepted by Beimang, it would still be meaningless. The spy who sent this page was codenamed 24-Foot in Fu Shui Room. Yu Wandao needed to flip to the 24th chapter of the Book of Explaining Words on his desk to obtain the exact content. Su Fingnian was silent. Tightly holding the page, he walked to the wall and raised his head to look at a map of Gusai Prefecture. Sir Hong was confused. Unlike those inflexible spies of Fu Shui Room, he guessed that this person might be the son of a general who was related to some important figure in the protectorate. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to walk into this room. Looking at the situation, Yudiji, whom he and Wang Guifang privately said was Yudiji, was most likely familiar with this person. Sir Hong pulled on Yudiji's sleeve and said softly, "Little Yu, is this your friend? This is against the rules." If the Protector General finds out, you and I will both have to bear the consequences. Yu Wandao said softly, "It's fine." Even the usually easygoing Sir Hong couldn't help but feel anxious. The rules set by Protector General Chu were greater than the sky at the border of Bailiang. How could a little scholar say it was fine? When the time came, everyone in the room would be implicated by Yu Diji, who had broken the rules. Just as Sir Hong was about to remind the young man that it was time to leave the room, he suddenly heard the man murmur, "The historian's family is unfortunate, the country is fortunate, the country does not prosper, the family prospers." Sir Hong, who had studied hard for many years, immediately understood. Wasn't this a passage written by the great Southern Tang prose master Lu Jingsheng in Small Window Leisure? Next, Sir Hong saw the young man gently smooth out the wrinkled page and hand it back to Yu Diji. Yu Wandao took the page and handed it to Sir Hong. He said indifferently, "Sir Hong, this page can be filed away. I have already deciphered the words on the page. In a moment, I'll have to trouble you to have someone send it to Protector General Chu's study." Sir Hong took the page and glanced at it. He didn't have a deep impression. He only felt that the strokes were stiff and the transitions were stagnant. The woman played with the blade and the man embroidered flowers. It was truly unsightly. Sir Hong suddenly raised his head and saw the young man looking at him expressionlessly. He was immediately frightened. But soon, the young man smiled and said softly, "Does Sir feel that the words on the page are somewhat unsightly?" Having been seen through, Sir Hong smiled awkwardly and didn't know how to respond. That person didn't make a fuss and only raised his voice slightly. "Everyone in the room has worked hard." After saying this, Sir Hong didn't have time to criticize before he walked straight to the door. Sir Hong first saw Wang Guifang standing dumbstruck at the door. Then he saw Bailiang's Protector General Chu Lushan, Cavalry Commander Yuan Zuozong, Infantry Commander Yan Wenluan, and many other people standing behind them. Sir Hong didn't dare to keep looking. If this wasn't shocking enough, then what made Sir Hong's scalp tingle was that the young man had just stepped over the threshold and walked out. Outside the house, a small group of people who deserved to be called the most powerful people in northern Liang were all making way for him. Chapter 1271. In the main hall of the Governor General's office, Yan Wenluan looked at the young man wearing a black robe embroidered with gold. For some reason, his mind wandered. He remembered that when the general had put on Prince Liang's blue satin robe, he, Zhong Hongwu, and Lu Yuanji couldn't help but go up and touch it. Of this group of old people, other than he Zhonghu and Qin Yunchue, Zhong Hongwu was dead. Wei Taizhan and Lu Yuanji had retired from the army and returned home to retire. As for the younger group, only half of the general's 6 adopted sons were left. Yan Wenluan, as an important leader of Changling's mountain, naturally had high hopes for Qin Jibao. In the old man's mind, Bailiang's best day was when Su Fengnian was stationed outside Qin Jibao's battle pass in Liangzhou. It was a pity that he would not be able to see this scene in this lifetime. Yan Wenluan gathered his thoughts. At this time, Su Fengnian was asking Chu Lushan about the movements of the Beimang army. Chu Lushan could not give a definite answer. Even though Bailiang's spies and crossbowmen had suffered great losses, Dongzhuo's messy deployment of troops confused the Governor-General's office. This was like a celestial phenomenon expert facing off against a Xian finger expert. He had the advantage but did not attack openly. At the same time, he did not play any sinister sneak attacks. Instead, he threw a flurry of punches on his own territory. He was not afraid of losing his footing. Su Fengnian joked. A large-scale shift of hundreds of thousands of troops is not child's play. This means that an astronomical amount of food and soldiers will be needed to support it. Fatty Dong is showing off his wealth to Bailiang. As one of the border commanders, great ancestor Gu's relationship with the new Prince Liang was purer than Yan Wenluan, Qin Yunchue, and He Zhonghu. After all, they had met outside Bailiang, and had been an honored guest invited by Su Fengnian. So great ancestor Gu had more leeway in his words. He smiled and agreed. In any case, it is not really the wealth of this great king of the South Courtyard. It will not hurt to squander it. Chu Lushan's fingers were crossed in front of his chest, his thick arms resting on the armrests. His eyes narrowed, his lips moving as though he was talking to himself. Su Fengnian looked at great ancestor Gu. Before he could say anything, the #1 general of the old southern Tang straightened his back, straightened his clothes, and said telepathically, "Prince Liang wants to ask if we can fight outside the border." Su Fengnian nodded. The fall of the old southern Tang was because they had given Gu Jiantang all the initiative on the battlefield. All the elite troops withdrew into the territory, which led to the destruction of the navy and the subsequent defeat. Otherwise, according to great ancestor Gu's strategy, Gu Jiantang would have to pay at least 200,000 more casualties to take down the southern Tang. More importantly, the southern Tang could use this opportunity to build up their morale and not be afraid to fight to the death. Beiliang claimed to have 300,000 cavalrymen. Of course, not all of the 300,000 border soldiers were cavalrymen. In fact, only half of them were cavalrymen. But even if they had 150,000 cavalrymen and a jaw-dropping supply of hundreds of thousands of war horses, this was definitely the reason why Beiliang dared to compete with Beimang. It could be said that if Beiliang did not have anything to worry about and if the imperial court had enough support, such an invincible cavalryman with impeccable equipment and combat power could take the initiative to attack the northwest border and look for opportunities. The reason was simple. Compared to Beimang, Beiliang's territory was considered small. They could attack from all sides and maintain their advantage in numbers in a single battlefield. Even if the cavalrymen of Beiliang were on par with the border soldiers of Beimang, or even slightly inferior, they could still defeat the border soldiers of Beimang without any suspense. Then, they would resupply and move to the next battlefield. The current predicament Beiliang was facing was that the imperial court had made up its mind to watch the fire burn across the river. Not only was there no way to retreat in the direction of western Shu, after the turmoil in Ji province and Yuan Tingshan became the strongest in Ji province, even the right side of Beiliang had become a hidden danger. It was true that Gu Jiantang could not meddle with the internal affairs of Beiliang, but it was easy for him to do something between Liao province and Beiliang. Great ancestor Gu kept them in suspense and said with a playful smile, "It's not impossible, but it depends on whether Beiliang has the courage or not." Yan Wenluan smiled and said, "General Gu mentioned something a few days ago. He said that it's not difficult to defend the mouth of the bottle gourd with the current Yuzhou army. The Yuzhou infantrymen are enough. Then, the 30,000 cavalrymen can sweep through Ji province and gain more geographical advantage for Beiliang. When the war between Liangzhou and Yuzhou is in a stalemate, the 30,000 cavalrymen can take an arc and directly attack Longyao province. In this way, Beiliang will not be in a dead-end situation where they can only be beaten. But Ji province. Chapter 1272. At this point, Yan Wenluan purposely left it blank. He Zhonghu and Chen Yunchui's gazes crossed each other, and then they both looked at Su Fengnian. Since the beginning of summer in the first year of Xiangfu, the current emperor had displayed a stance that puzzled everyone in court. Even if Yang Xinqing's troops had failed, even if Yan Zhenchuan's cavalry had been completely annihilated, the emperor did not show too much anger. Although the position of commander-in-chief Lu Xingxiang was shaky in the wind and rain, this was not caused by the unfavorable battle situation. Instead, it was a bleak situation from the beginning, and now there were signs of it becoming more and more stable. After Yan Zhenchuan died in battle, it could be said that he was extremely honored. He was posthumously given the title of Wu Jia, and posthumously given the title of Jingzhong Marquis. His only son, Yan Daiden, immediately received an exceptional promotion. Yang Xinqing was trapped and lost the face of the court. However, it was said that a secret memorial was sent to the emperor, adding fuel to the fire for the Imperial College's Jean Lanting to impeach Grand Secretary Zhang Julu. It should have saved the lives of the Yang family, and it was not impossible for them to return to Jizhou in the future. Compared to the defeated Guangling Road, the emperor of the Zhao family obviously placed more attention on the calm Jizhou. He personally approved many memorials. Outsiders did not know the inside story, but Beiliang's side, especially Yan Wenwan and the other military leaders, knew very well that the emperor's wariness towards Chao Chongqing and the rest of the West Chu rebels who were causing trouble under his nose was far less than the Beiliang cavalry. Su Fingnian did not give a direct answer, but said softly, Chen Jibao cut off the west line of Liang, which should be the first step of Yuan Benqi's plan. The second step is to let Jizhou approach step by step. In the past, Yang Xinxing did not have the ability to do so. Even if he wanted to keep Beiliang in check, his tens of thousands of old soldiers in Jinan were unable to do so. The imperial court simply let him go to Guangling Road and hit a wall. Because of this, the local forces in Jizhou were cut off. Taking this opportunity, the imperial court needs a trustworthy new person to fill the gap. Not only must he be able to convince the public, he must also have the courage to challenge Beiliang. That mad dog Yuan's meteoric rise should be a business deal between Yuan Benqi and Gu Jiantang. Yuan Benqi can further restrain Beiliang, and Gu Jiantang can be more assured in the periphery of the East Line. Everyone is happy. Great ancestor Gu sneered, this mad dog really wants to be the new master of Jizhou. How can it be so easy to sit on the seat of the new master of Jizhou? Beiliang really can't stop him. Compared to Western Shu, Jizhou is even more of a pushover. The first thing Gu Jiantang will do is to be beaten into a sieve by Beimang's iron cavalry. Even if Yuan Tingshan is the son-in-law of the Gu family, can he really be compared to his own son? Chu Lushan laughed and said, wealth comes from danger. Small people are always like this when they go to the gambling table. If they want to gamble, they will gamble big. They are never afraid of losing their family fortune. Speaking of which, when we fought with my foster father from the north to the south, we also put ourselves in the same situation. Although Yuan Tingshan isn't likable, he's definitely very interesting. Su Fingnian suddenly turned to look at Yan Wenwan and asked, General Yan, if you only have infantry in Yuzhou, how many Beimang soldiers can you stop? Yan Wenwan said without hesitation, one gourd outside Tuma Pass can hold 150 to 60,000 Beimang soldiers. With Honglu General Chao Xiaojiao and Hong Xinjia as partners, they can both attack and defend at the border. Within Yuzhou, there is also the Hu leader Huang Fuqiu. 300,000. It is not a problem for the Yuzhou infantry to stop 300,000 Beimang soldiers. However, there is a time limit to this. However, this time limit is enough for the 30,000 light cavalry to provide reinforcements or attack in an emergency. Su Fingnian laughed and said, all right then. These 30,000 light cavalry will enter Jizhou from today onwards. General Qin Yunxiao's eyes lit up and asked, are we not going to inform the imperial court? Su Fingnian replied with a question, our Beiliang is only sending 2,000 or 3,000 cavalry to Jizhou to train. Do we need to inform them? That would be treating His Majesty as an outsider. Moreover, after going to Jizhou, the imperial court will know one day. Isn't that the same as informing them? At most, we will just have to submit another document to the Ministry of War. Su Weisheng, who was sitting beside Su Fingnian, laughed softly and said, it is clear that our Beiliang is reasonable. Chen Yunxiao suppressed his laughter. He Zhong, who was also in a good mood, could not help but laugh out loud. Your Highness, the difference between 3,000 and 30,000 seems a bit big. He Zhong suddenly waved his hand and said, 3,000 and 30,000 are only 20,000. It is not 30,000 and 300,000. Whoever wants to argue about this can argue about it. Moreover, that Minister Liu of the Ministry of War is our Highness's elder by marriage. Regardless of whether it is on the side of family or on the side of reason, Tangshi Sword Immortal should be helped. Su Fingnian rubbed his face and asked, In the past, this cavalry was made up of scattered generals and captains. If they go to Jizhou, who will lead them? Do any of you have a suitable candidate? As the general of Beiliang's 160,000 infantry, Yan Wenluan was not in a position to interrupt. After all, this was a family matter of the cavalry. Yuan Zuozong could speak, Chu Lushan could speak, and even some of the infantry generals could speak freely. However, this famous general from the spring and autumn period was too prominent, so he should be silent. However, Yan Wenluan still spoke bluntly. I have two candidates for the position of commander and deputy commander. The commander must be more astute in the use of troops than in the proper way, while the deputy commander must be relatively prudent, more proper than astute. This will allow the two of them to complement each other and prevent the cavalry from being too lame. The vice-general can be my subordinate, Zhong Tianheng. As for the general, your highness will have to use different people. Su Fengnian smiled and said, Old general, please speak. Yan Wenluan glanced at Chu Lushan and said, Then I will have to borrow someone from Protector General Chu. Chu Lushan stared and said, No. Even if you beat me to death, I will not lend him to you. That kid is an important person in the Protectorate and is also my right-hand man. In the future, I will have to rely on this kid. Su Fengnian could not help but be puzzled. Who was this extraordinary person that Lu Qiu'er and Yan Wenluan liked? Yan Wenluan snorted coldly. It is not me who wants to borrow someone from you. It is His Highness who wants to borrow someone from you. Su Weisheng said indifferently, Yu Wandao is indeed qualified to lead this cavalry. Su Fengnian suddenly understood. Chu Lushan's expression was as if dozens of pounds of meat had been cut off in an instant. He sighed. Su Fengnian smiled and said, Then it is settled. Let us go take a look at the topographic map of Ji province and discuss how to move these 30,000 people. The group of people walked to the front of a few tables. Someone had already brought over two maps. One was the geographical map of the entire Ji province, and the other was the topographic map of Ji Shi. In the northern Liang military, there were countless of such maps. When Su Fengnian sent someone to invite Yu Wandao over, he stood in front of the table and looked around. Suddenly, he said in a low voice, From today onwards, we in Beiliang will do what we are supposed to do. If the imperial court and Ji province dare to interfere, then we will cut off their hands and feet. In the future, if there is a conflict with any forces outside Beiliang, there is no need to inform the Mount Qing Liang Wang estate. Do it first, and after it is done, the Wang estate will help clean up the mess. Yan Wenluan, Chen Yinchue, and the other old generals all let out a long sigh at the same time. He could finally vent the resentment that he had held in for nearly 20 years in an open and above-board manner. Chapter 1273. Although the weather was cold, there was no snow. If one did not personally go to the frontier fortress, it would be difficult to understand the feeling of stars hanging over the vast plains. Su Fengnian accompanied Su Weisheng out of the Huaiyang Pass and a few miles outside the Huaiyang Pass. He was accompanied only by Chu Lushan. The old General Yan Wenluan and the new Yu Wandao of the Dragon Gate had already rushed to Yuzhou to take charge of military affairs. The latter gave Su Fengnian a report before he left, specifically describing the analysis of the battle situation in Guangling Road, focusing on Ko Jianghuai's series of raids from one point to the other. Large-scale cavalry battles in the wilderness had always been a scene that could only be seen on the frontier battlefield. In the hinterland of the Central Plains, large and small cities were scattered like stars in the sky and blocked by rivers, making it extremely difficult for cavalry to perform. To be precise, it was extremely difficult for cavalry to fight a battle in one go. It was not difficult to fight one or several exciting battles, but to fight to the end, abandoning the infantry and using the cavalry to the greatest extent, it was a test of the ability of the commander. Chu Lushan used the faint starlight to read the report carefully along the way, admiring it so much that he could not put it down. When Su Fengnian and Su Weisheng stopped at a small broken ground, Chu Lushan carefully put away the priceless rice paper, looked at the sky, and sighed softly. Lu Xingxiang's proudest work in his life was that snowy night in Luzhou, helping Gu Jiantang take down the entire Dongwei without shedding a drop of blood. As for me, I was fortunate enough to not fail my mission when thousands of cavalry marched into Shu. In the past 10 years, these two battles have been deduced countless times by the old scholars who teach the art of war in Shangyin Academy and Imperial College. But in my opinion, this unruly Ko Jianghuai in West Chu's new imperial court is much better than me and that assistant minister Lu. No wonder Yu Wandao, a proud and arrogant son of a powerful family, is willing to praise another son of the same age. Su Weisheng reached out his hand to ask Chu Lushan for the stack of rice paper, put it on his knee, and casually pulled out a page, saying flatly, Ko Jianghuai is recognized as a generalist in Shangyin Academy, but in the eyes of some scholars, he is somewhat miscellaneous and not a master. I have played a few games with him. Su Fengnian could not help but interrupt, second sister, can this kid beat you in a game of chess? Su Weisheng raised his head and stared blankly at Su Fengnian. Su Fengnian smiled embarrassedly and quickly shut his mouth. Chu Lushan caught a glimpse of this scene. In today's world, there were very few people who could make the young king of Bailiang admit defeat, and he could not help but laugh. In the end, Su Fengnian was afraid of the strong and picked on the weak. He glared fiercely at the gloating Chu Lushan, and the Protector General could only resentfully withdraw his smile. It must be known that a person who could make him admit defeat was equally difficult to find in the two imperial courts. Su Weisheng continued, most of the people I have played against are national chess players. Among them, Ko Jianghuai is undoubtedly the weakest. However, this person's thoughts are the most unconstrained, and there is no set pattern to the game. He can play frighteningly strong moves, but he can also play stupid moves that do not make any sense, and he can also shamelessly play all the way to the end. These are not surprising. What is truly impressive about Ko Jianghuai is that he has the least desire to win. This kind of opponent is very difficult to deal with on the battlefield. Prince of Guangling, Zhao Yi, has clearly suffered enough. On the eastern front of West Chu, Ko Jianghuai, with inferior military strength, within 20 years, consecutively captured Huangyan Pass, including Daijai's, and 6 other dangerous cities. They obtained the cities but did not defend them, giving up a temporary struggle for territory and striving to obtain an overwhelming military superiority over the enemy on a single battlefield. They nibbled away the reinforcements bit by bit, making large movements and long-distance raids. This kind of seemingly unreasonable military strategy is indeed worthy for us, Bimang, who is at a disadvantage compared to Bailiang, to learn from. Probably because he was tired of standing, Chu Lushan sat down on the grass next to Su Weisheng's wheelchair. Unexpectedly, the height of his head was still about the same as Su Weisheng's. It could be seen that this head of Bailiang's officials, Lu Qiuer's body was very large. After entering the winter, the withered grass was sparse, so he did not feel uncomfortable. He laughed and said, after the restoration of the country, West Chu's situation is quite similar to our Bailiang's. We have almost become fellow sufferers who sympathize with each other. Under the joint suppression of the 2 southern armies and several vassal kings, Chu Lushan is really like a snail in its shell. If Chao Chongqing personally went into action, forcing Yang Xinqing to be unable to use his strength, Yan Zhenchuan's death in battle could be considered reasonable. But right now, West Chu only sent 2 young generals into action, and it has already caused the Zhao imperial court to be in a terrible fix. Zhao Yi had no choice but to bring out the spring snow building's auspicious general. Presumably, the battle in Guangling will not be as short as 3 months or as long as half a year as predicted by the elders of the Liang Ministry of War, and it will not even be as long as we Bailiang predicted at that time. By the time the last wisp of smoke dissipates, I am afraid it will take at least 2 years. Su Fengnian laughed coldly and said, the Zhao family's son of heaven used the New Year's auspicious talisman. His original intention was to create a new atmosphere. A new atmosphere is indeed a new atmosphere, but it is not the least bit joyous. Suppressing Bailiang and indulging Guangling, these were all created by him. I don't know if he has any regrets. Other than handing over the dragon robe and dragon throne to Crown Prince Xiaozhuan, there is also this big mess. Chapter 1274. Su Weisheng shook his head and said in a low voice, "The Zhao family is good at fishing in troubled waters in the middle of the game and making the final decision at the end of the game. Losing the first move, the Zhao family, compared to the remotely young in the past, has a bigger family and a bigger business, so they can afford to lose more. The only difference is that in the past, the imperial court had our Su family as their vanguard. Moreover, no matter how anxious the previous emperor was, on the surface, he still trusted our father and the Su family's armored cavalry. If not for the current emperor's insistence on nailing the Su family to the northwest border, would Chao Chongqing and the remaining elders of West Chu dare to start a rebellion and seek their own death? If the Bailiang frontier army could send out 50,000 men to quell the rebellion, how could Yang Shenqing and Yan Zhenchuan lose their integrity in their later years?" Chu Lushan said darkly, "There's nothing we can do about it. The Zhao family's emperor is determined to be the enemy of the world. The feudal princes who split the territory, the new civil officials who gradually gathered together, and the military generals who set up independent territories, in his eyes, none of them are good people. He wants to help his son solve this problem before he dies. The chessboard is too small to accommodate so many big chess pieces. If he really did succeed, the Crown Prince Xiaozhuan could really be a carefree emperor who doesn't attach importance to martial arts and focuses on civil affairs. Gu Jiantang has Chen Jibao holding him back. Without Zhang Julu, the civil officials have no leader. When the time comes, they would be too busy trying to figure out the emperor's heart. How could they care about governing the country and pacifying the world? Besides, at that time, the world would be at peace, the military generals would have retired to their fields, so it would be even less of a chance for the civil officials to fish for merit. Other than currying favor with the emperor, the civil officials after Yonghui really have nothing to do. Don't say, that old man Yuan Benqi's calculations are very smooth." Su Fingnian waved his hand and said, "There's no point in talking about this. Right now, Dongzhua's specific deployment of troops and generals, other than the direction of Liuzhou, there are no detailed intelligence reports. Lu Qiuer, how long do you think Liuzhou can hold off Lu Gui's army? After that, how many Beimang border troops can be implicated and thrown into the pocket of Liuzhou?" With a smile on his face, Chu Lushan said, "With Little Prince's 30,000 Long Xiang army helping to defend Lu province, they would not be able to defeat Lu Gui's hundreds of thousands of disorganized troops even if they were to fight for 100 years. In the eyes of future generations, no matter how we fought in the early stages of this unprecedented war with Beimang, there was no better or worse strategy. It all depended on who could accumulate advantages in the divided battlefields. From the current situation, Dongzhuo clearly did not put too much thought into Liuzhou. He invited the most prestigious and also the youngest of the 13 great generals, border commander Lu Gui, to that side because he did not wish for Lu Gui to take advantage of the situation to rise up in the Central Plains. At the very least, he did not want Lu Gui to rise up too quickly and too fiercely. What I am most worried about is that Dongzhuo will attack Yuzhou in a spurt of energy, attacking the Yuzhou defense line to the death without regard for losses. In the meantime, he will place his most elite troops, the Tuoba and Hongjingyan, on the northern front of Liangzhou to tie down the main force of our cavalry." Su Weisheng nodded and said, "If we attack Yuzhou, in the short term, it will be the most muddle-headed method Beimang can use. However, in the long term, it will be the best method to preserve Beimang's national strength. After all, Bailiang is not the Central Plains, which has a great depth. Even if Yuzhou has a few cities that can be defended, and there are many fortresses and military cities south of the mouth of the gourd, the saying that the mouth of the gourd alone can swallow up 160,000 soldiers is not an exaggeration. However, as long as Beimang has the courage to do so, they will only have to send out 100,000 soldiers to cripple Yuzhou. Next, they will have to rely on Liangzhou's main force to reinforce Yuzhou. Once this situation develops, whether or not Liuzhou is defended will no longer affect the overall situation. This is also the reason why Yan Wenluan insisted that Yul Wandao lead 30,000 light cavalry to Jizhou. He was determined to use Yuzhou to win more time and space for all of Beiliang. However, this is an action that has no choice. In the end, they will lose more than they lose. The Liang imperial court is happy to see this, but Beiliang cannot afford it. Su Weisheng folded his hands on the paper on his knees and looked into the distance. Bodyguard Chu insisted on having Liuzhou enter a stalemate, attracting the attention of both the north and south imperial courts of Beimang. He hoped that Beimang's border army would send troops to Liuzhou, but he was also worried that Dongzhuo would focus on attacking Yuzhou. Over the past decade or so, Father has poured a lot of effort into Yuzhou and spent a lot of money on the soldiers. 7 years ago, during the raid led by the Dragon Waste province, he purposely stopped the border army of Liangzhou from reinforcing Yuzhou. He watched as the 30,000 soldiers of Yuzhou lost their cities and fortresses one after another and sacrificed their lives for the northern barbarians. He wanted to make Beimang fear Yuzhou's border army, and hoped that one day, Yuzhou would not become their fatal weakness. Chu Lushan said in a low voice, "Merciful people don't command troops." Chu Lushan suddenly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. That old woman has been purging Beimang's Jianghu forces for many years. Now, she can finally be put to use. On the border, those experts are keeping a close eye on the big and small passes. As long as they see someone quietly crossing the border, they will kill him on the spot regardless of his identity. Many of our men have sacrificed spies who have been lurking for many years can hardly pass on important military intelligence. This time, the chess and sword music school and the Princess Grave have all been mobilized to seal off the news from the border and cooperate with Dongzhuo's border army. This move is really ruthless. Fu Shui Room has suffered heavy losses after being traced back to Beimang. Many provinces have been uprooted after many years of operations. Chu Lushan, who was squatting on the ground, rubbed his cheeks. That's not all. Not long ago, Beimang deliberately let a spy return. He had 16 heads of his colleagues from Fu Shui Room in his luggage. When the spy saw me, he cried and said that if it wasn't for the fact that he hoped Fu Shui Room could take back these heads, he would rather die than return to Beiliang. After the spy put down his luggage, he borrowed a cold knife and committed suicide that night. He didn't say his last words, he didn't write his will, he didn't leave anything behind. Chu Lushan said in a muffled voice, "Our new cold knife hasn't even started killing the northern barbarians, but it was used as a suicide by one of our own. If I continue to hold in this resentment, my lungs will explode from anger." Su Fingnian didn't say anything. His hands were clasped in the large sleeves of his purple gold embroidered robe. After winter, the continuous battle in Guangling Road had come to an end. It was Beiliang's turn to be engulfed in smoke. There was no snow this winter. No one knew when it would snow. However, the cold knives at the waists of the 300,000 border soldiers could be unsheathed at any time. Chapter 1275. More than 8,000 valiant Chang cavalry went from the border of Gusai Prefecture to between Qingzhang and Linyao. Just as Chu Lushan had expected, the light-armored Chang cavalry were used by Lu Gui to cut off the connection between the two towns. The Chang people were once a thorn in the side of the overlords of the Central Plains. The Dafeng dynasty had been harassed by the Chang people for a full 200 years. Every Chang person rode sheep to shoot birds and rats when they were young, and when they were slightly older, they rode horses to shoot foxes and rabbits. They were basically born to be elite soldiers on horseback. The light cavalry of the various countries in the Central Plains had gradually stepped onto the stage. To a large extent, it was because the Chang cavalry had forced them to do so. The Chang cavalry was also one of the teachers of the Central Plains. Before and after Su Xiao took over Beiliang, the Chang people had withered day by day. This was especially so for the Su family, who often used large numbers of Chang cavalry to train their troops. This was undoubtedly a tragedy for the Chang people. As a result, the Chang people were natural allies of Beimang. This time, when they invaded the Central Plains, the various leaders of the Chang tribes all made peace with each other and made an oath. Under the lead of Beimang, they even formed an alliance with other tribes that had been suppressed by the Su family. Only then did they gather close to 9,000 cavalry and 20,000 war horses. Under the banner of the Chang cavalry, they started to take revenge on the Su family of Beiliang. This Chang cavalry that was originally impoverished along the endless border, under the great support of the Northern Mang and Southern Dynasty, were finally able to realize their dream of several hundred years of being fully equipped with armor. Unlike ordinary cavalry, the Chang cavalry's cavalry blades were the arm blades that had already been withdrawn from the battlefield. The war blades were bound together with the arm armor, so unless the entire arm was chopped off, the blades would never leave their hands. Apart from the armed saber, the Chang cavalry also had a traditional short saber known as the piao. It was attached to the outside of the thigh like a farmer harvesting rice in autumn. They used it to cut off the ears and heads of their enemies as spoils of war. More than 8,000 Chang generals galloped towards the south. The leader of the group, a burly man, bent down and stroked his ancestral clapper. His eyes were filled with hatred. Years ago, when that Su family of the Central Plains slaughtered his way into the northwest, all the local adults who disobeyed his orders were killed on the spot. Even the children, who were no taller than a horse's back, could not escape the disaster. Although they were not executed, both their thumbs were cut off by the Su family's cavalry. This meant that even if these children were lucky enough to survive, they would not be able to hold their weapons firmly and swing their swords at the Beiliang frontier army. This middle-aged Madame Wan's surname was Jean. At the time when his tribe was trampled by the Su family's horses, he was lucky enough to follow a group of young men to hunt and store food for the winter. When they returned to the tribe, other than the corpses on the ground, there were only the children crying with their hands dripping with blood. Beside the children's feet were the corpses of their parents. He swore that he would personally use this clapper to cut off the thumbs of everyone in Beiliang with the surname Su. As long as they had the surname Su, even if they were infants, he would not let a single one go. This was especially true of that butcher's son, the person who had been usurped as the new prince of Liang. Not only would he cut off that young man's thumbs, but he would also cut off Su Fengnian's head, limbs, and fingers one by one. This Madame Wan slowly straightened his back and looked towards the vast expanse of land to the south with a vicious smile on his face. He had heard that there was a butcher's son named Su Longxiang in Liuzhou. He was very famous among the nobles of the southern dynasties. Last year, he had beaten up a few military towns in Gusai Prefecture. He did not expect to capture this person with less than 9,000 cavalry. However, before he worked with General Lu Gui to completely flatten Liuzhou, he had to drink the fresh blood of the Beiliang people. He had to make that young man, who had butcher's dirty blood flowing through his veins, suffer so much that he wished he was dead. The young man's Longxiang army did not have more than 30,000 cavalry. Did he want to defend all of Liuzhou? In the eyes of the generals, this was just an old show between brothers in the Central Plains. It was clear that the young king was afraid of his younger brother's great achievements on the border, so he purposely left Su Longxiang and all of the young man's direct descendants to die. In the winter, the water dried up and the grass turned yellow. The war horses were not as strong as in the autumn and summer. In the eyes of the Central Plains, especially the Jiangnan people, it was the most unsuitable time for war. However, to the Liangmang people, who had been on the border for a long time and were familiar with the harsh cold, as long as they were determined to fight, they could fight to the death on any battlefield, even in the damned snowy weather. On the contrary, the Chang generals Jin Qing liked fighting in the depths of winter the most. The scene of using a long spear to stab into the enemy's chest and then dragging out a bloody path in the snow was more enjoyable than drinking good wine. The Chang cavalry's galloping raids had always been known to be as fast as lightning. While they were praised, it also revealed the Chang cavalry's weakness, which was that they could only do one-off business on the battlefield. Although they could advance and retreat freely, before they obtained an absolute advantage and began a chase, it was very difficult to expand their battle results. They did not have infantry formations and did not have heavy cavalry holding the line. This time, the Beimang emissary was extremely disrespectful to the Chang cavalry. Even though he had a request, he was still arrogant. Before discussing the price, he even said to their face that they were just decorations and that if they dared to ask for an exorbitant price, they should be careful not to lose their heads. He also threatened that if they did not act according to General Liu Gui's orders, they might as well not return to the border. When the time came, the Beimang army would directly view the Chang cavalry as an enemy. Jin Qing fiercely ground his teeth. If not for the fact that he wanted to take revenge on the Su family, who the hell would want to deal with these pig-headed officials? Jin Qing looked into the distance and suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of unease. The 8,000 Chang cavalry heading down south to cut off Qingcang and Linyao, leaving Qingcang City, the capital of Liuzhou, isolated and without help. In his eyes, this was indeed an excellent strategy that caught the enemy off guard, and the Chang cavalry did not have to take any risks. However, on the way down south, he still had 20 or so roaming cavalry scouts at the front to scout the path. Every cavalry had to be 10 li away from the Chang cavalry army. No matter if they came into contact with the enemy or not, they had to turn back and let the 2nd Cavalry take their place. Logically speaking, at this time, one of the roaming cavalry should have returned to the front of the army. Furthermore, for this trip to Liuzhou, Beimang had specially given him a scout. It was an old fellow who exuded a dangerous aura. There was a sword at his waist, and his aura was long and steady. He did not look like a soldier at all. Even if he used his but to think, he knew that this was a hidden Jianghu master. It could be seen that Beimang had indeed invested a lot in this attack on Beiliang. They had even brought out the Jianghu forces that they had trained for 20 years. Jin Cheng was not a madman who would be blinded by revenge. He knew the severity of the situation. Otherwise, he would not have become one of the generals. He had come to assist Liu Gui's army in taking advantage of the situation. What he was most afraid of was directly clashing with the main force of the Dragon Elephant cavalry. However, the Beimang emissary, who was dressed like a nobleman of the Central Plains, had promised that apart from a small portion of the 30,000 Long Xiang army, most of them would be pinned down at Qingcang City and the area to the east of Qingcang City. Otherwise, Beiliang would have treated Liuzhou as a chess piece and sacrificed the Long Xiang army, an elite cavalry force that had experienced hundreds of battles. However, Jin Qing, who was not a madman, began to worry that he would encounter a madman king of Beiliang who would do anything to stabilize his throne, as well as a general of the Long Xiang army who had lost his mind after becoming a chess piece. After waiting for a while, there was still no sign of any cavalry scouts. Frowning, Jin Qing raised his arm and waved it back and forth slightly, indicating for the cavalry behind him to slow down. About half an hour later, the figure of a scout finally appeared in the field of vision of the Chang cavalry. As the warhorse galloped over, Jin Qing and the other Kiliarchs were shocked to discover that there were numerous crossbow bolts stuck in the back of the scout. Before the heavily injured scout breathed his last, he did his best to speak of the precious military intelligence he had obtained by sacrificing the lives of more than 20 Chang cavalry. 8 li ahead, there were 3,000 enemy Dragon Elephant light cavalry. Chapter 1276. Major Jin Qing was both happy and worried. He was happy that the other side only had 3,000 cavalry and wasn't the main force of the Dragon Elephant army. He was worried that his army was here to fish in troubled waters and not to fight to the death with the Dragon Elephant army that was said to be invincible at the border. There were two paths in front of the Chang cavalry. They could continue south and use their advantage in numbers to take down the 3,000 cavalry. They could grit their teeth and complete their mission of cutting off Lu province. However, the Chang cavalry would suffer heavy casualties, and they would not be able to bargain with the Beimang after they had secured victory in Lu province. The second path was to avoid the brunt of the attack and not fight to the death with the 3,000 dragon elephant-like cavalry. However, they would also not retreat and instead advance in a roundabout manner. In the end, there would be unavoidable battles. At most, they would just fight for a while. With the Chang cavalry's speed, which had been the fastest in the world for hundreds of years, they could fight or retreat. Jin Qing thought for a bit, and then decisively chose the latter. Their Chang cavalry wasn't Northern Mang's million-strong army that could contend against the entire Liang dynasty. Compared to that pitiful Northern Liang that his uncle didn't dote on, the Chang clan was struggling at death's door. After Jin Qing made his choice, two of the Kiliarchs revealed expressions of relief. One of the Kiliarchs, surnamed Ku, was extremely angry at Jin Cheng's cowardly behavior. He loudly reprimanded him from his horse and declared that he would lead his 1,600 Chang cavalry to fight to the death. Jin Cheng's face was gloomy. He patiently told this rash youth that although the dragon elephant-like cavalry was inferior to the heavy cavalry, they were not an enemy that could be easily dealt with. If other than the 3,000 cavalry, there was also the Long Xiong army, then their 8,000 men would not be able to leave Lu province alive. However, the young Chiliarch who had seen all the male elders in his family being beheaded by the Su family when he was young did not listen at all. He insisted on fighting the enemy to the end and did not forget to mock and ridicule Jin Qing, saying that he, as a Chiliarch, had embarrassed the men of the Chang tribe. Jin Qing laughed coldly in his heart. He gently turned his horse and made way. Kui, if you want to die, I will not stop you. The Kiliarchs raised his arm and the 1,000 Chang cavalry behind him roared in unison, waving their arm-binding blades. When the youngster named Kujiao's mount passed by the Jincheng warhorse, his expression became a bit calmer, saying with a sneer, I am willing to use my clan's 1,600 cavalry as the vanguard. If Major General still wishes to obtain the first batch of military contributions in Liang Mang's great battle, I believe with Major General Great's astuteness, you should already understand what to do. Jin Qing narrowed his eyes. He did not care about the sarcasm in this idiot's words and began to weigh the pros and cons. If Kui and his men were to use their lives to weaken the dragon elephant-like cavalry, then if they won this battle, other than Kui, the losses of the Chang cavalry would not be too great. This deal could be done. The expressionless Jin Qing watched as the 1,600 cavalry broke away from the main army and charged out. Seeing the cavalry whose faces were still full of childishness move further and further away, Jin Qing suddenly had an untimely feeling. Had he gotten used to a peaceful life of wine and beautiful women? Was the hatred in his heart not as deep as he had imagined? Jin Qing shook his head, trying to shake off these unnecessary thoughts. His gaze gradually turned cold and resolute. He turned to the eager Kiliarchs beside him and said, We will follow Kui, but we must keep a distance of 1 li. The 5 or 6 Kiliarchs all nodded excitedly, their eyes burning. Jin Qing suddenly laughed. Brothers, don't forget those Qingqian on the grasslands. They are willing to pay a few hundred taels of silver for a cold blade. Ha, what a coincidence. There are more than 3,000 waiting for us to take. As for who can take more, it will depend on who can kill more Beiliang cavalry. I, Jin Qing, will not break this rule just because I am a general's. Brothers, you can go kill without worry. 6 li away from the 1,600 Chang cavalry under Kuqian. The 3,000 cavalry, all dressed in black armor and black horses, silently advanced forward at a uniform and powerful pace. An enormous black tiger was running around the periphery of the cavalry formation. The leader of the cavalry was a black-clothed youth who did not wear any armor. A cold blade rested on the horse's back in front of his chest, unsheathed. The general behind this half-horse was Scarface's man. He raised a metal spear at an angle, with a fresh head hanging from the spearhead. It was the wandering scout who had been mixed in with the Chong cavalry. He had a sword, and his swordsmanship was unknown. In any case, he had abandoned his horse and fled quite quickly. Unfortunately, no matter how fast he was, he could not outrun the spear that the black-clothed youth threw out. Before Scarface brushed past the corpse, he felt that he had nothing to do. After pulling out the spear from the corpse, he lightly cut off the head and stabbed it into the spear tip. Scarface was the Longxiang army's valiant general Wang Lingbao. Originally, he shouldn't have appeared here. Instead, he should have obediently stayed near Azure City with Li Mofin, who was also a deputy general. They could only suppress their impatient tempers and slowly wait for that rotten old man surnamed Lu to bring a bunch of northern Mang trash with him to show off his strength. However, the commander had somehow heard from some scoundrel that a group of 8,000 Chong cavalry had broken through the border and was rushing to their deaths. Wang Lingbao wanted to kill these Chong cavalry who were tired of living, but the governor-general had sent an urgent military order to the Liuzhou provincial governor's mansion, telling the Longxiang army not to move. Provincial Governor Yang Guangdou had even gone out of the city to scout the camp, smiling as he whispered some kind reminders into Li Mofin and Li Mofin's ears. Wang Lingbao naturally did not dare to disobey a military order. Let alone the new Prince Liang's order, even if it was just Chu Lushan's order, Wang Lingbao would not dare to move the troops on his own. However, since his commander wanted to kill people, even if the sky fell down, the commander would be there to support it. How could Wang Lingbao miss out on this rare opportunity? In order to intercept and kill this group of Chong cavalry heading south, the 10,000 dragon elephant-like cavalry had no choice but to split into 3 groups, each of them searching for the enemy between Qingsang City and Linyao military town. As the 10,000 troops set out, Yang Guangdou and the young scholar called Qin Shiliang quickly blocked their path, seemingly wanting to dissuade them. In any case, Wang Lingbao hid behind the army and picked his ears, pretending not to hear or see anything. As for the fact that the Longxiang army had broken a taboo in the art of war, Wang Lingbao really did not think much of it. It was true that the Longxiang army did not care about the situation in Liuzhou, but if one were to say that the 3,000 Longxiang army would be at a disadvantage in front of 8,000 Chong cavalry, Wang Lingbao would be the first to cut off his own head and use it as a urinal. When Wang Lingbao saw the provincial governor, he was quite angry. If not for the fact that he could not defeat the commander, he would have definitely hit him. However, the scholar who seemed to be highly regarded by the prince did not have any obvious expression. Wang Lingbao actually knew that after returning to Qingsang City, the news of the Longxiang army violating military orders would definitely reach the Huayang Pass Protectorate manor. At that time, even if the commander of the Longxiang army took the blame, as a deputy general, Wang Lingbao would not be able to bear the consequences. However, so what? More than 10 years later, the true Liangmong Great War had finally arrived. Maldorf *Ker, even a pregnant woman would only need 10 months to give birth. He and Li Mofin, these rough men, had waited bitterly for more than 10 years. In this first battle, if he, Wang Lingbao, did not take the lead, he would be the first to let himself down. As for why the young commander in front of him was so determined to fight the Chong cavalry, Wang Lingbao could not be bothered to care. Wang Lingbao let out a long breath. With a flick of his wrist, he shook off the head that was in the way. Looking into the distance between the two sides was less than 2 li. He could already see that the enemy cavalry had begun to speed up. Wang Lingbao softly muttered, "Beiliang is guarded by us. Great General, rest assured." Su Longxiang slowly pulled out his Beiliang saber. Under the illumination of the sun, it flashed with a snow-white light. At the same time, the 3,000 dragon elephant cavalry began to raise their spears. Chapter 1277. The two cavalry armies began to charge at each other without any fancy moves. The terrain was flat and wide, making it easy for cavalry to spread out. Since it was an excellent place for cavalry battles, it also meant that it was easy for people to die here, and the speed at which they died would be very fast. The Chang cavalry were the lightest of the lightest cavalry. On one hand, they were so poor that they could not be heavy at all. On the other hand, their arms were long like apes, and their strength was outstanding. This made almost every one of them a master archer on horseback. The young Chang Chiliarch Kui, who had a blood feud with the Bailiang Su family, finally stopped purposely suppressing the charging speed of the cavalry. With a wave of his hand, he covered the eyes of his horse with a black cloth, and the speed of his steeds suddenly increased. If there were spectators looking from a horizontal line, they would definitely be stunned by the muscles of these warhorses as they ran. The habit of covering the eyes of the horses during a charge had never been popular in the Central Plains, but this was an old custom that had been passed down for hundreds of years on the grasslands. At the beginning, it was to ensure that the warhorses would not be afraid when facing the infantry of the Central Plains, and at the same time, to deliberately startle the warhorses. Before the fierce collision between cavalry armies, the cavalry would whip the warhorses to make them explode with greater strength, using the warhorses' speed to drive the cavalry's charge forward. However, among the elite cavalry armies in the world, perhaps only the Bailiang cavalry disdained to use this kind of insignificant skill. This was attributed to the fact that every horse in Bailiang had turned from raw to mature, and the large horse farms had poured in countless efforts. Of course, there was also countless amounts of silver. In northern Liang, every time a familiar horse stepped onto a large-scale battlefield, there would be one or even several warhorses that would die before it could do so. On the battlefield, only the roars of the 1,600 or so Chang cavalry could be heard. In comparison, the 3,000 Long Xiang army, who were also light cavalry, seemed especially strange at this time. One reason was that they were collectively silent before the battle, but more importantly, they were practically fugitives who used light cavalry as heavy cavalry. After the Dragon Elephant light cavalry raised their spears and charged, they charged straight at the enemy, even giving up on the lethality of a wave of light crossbows. The Bailiang cavalry was good at fighting and dared to fight to the death. The Central Plains had always been good at a combination of riding and walking when it came to war. The infantry was in the middle, and the cavalry was on the two wings. The latter was not used to break through enemy lines head-on. Other than being limited by the natural factor of the cavalry bow being inferior to the infantry bow, especially the large crossbow, the main reason was that the cavalry's greatest advantage was its great mobility. In the long series of classic battles of the spring and autumn period, this indisputable pattern of war was displayed to the fullest extent. As long as it was a general who could be crowned as a famous general, even if it was an infantry commander, he would still be able to command a cavalry army of several thousand men in an orderly manner. This was probably the so-called chronic illness becomes a doctor. At that time, the large group of Li Yang's higher-level generals who had been influenced by the flames of war didn't know how to ride, or rather, didn't know how to ride, so they were too embarrassed to greet their colleagues when they went out. However, this kind of combined riding and walking tactic, once they moved to a place where supplies were difficult, it was inevitable that they wouldn't be able to acclimatize. After the current emperor ascended the throne, he took the initiative to launch several great battles against Beimang, and he suffered enough. Many situations that seemed to be in a good situation at the beginning were ruined by some battles that occurred outside the main battlefield. Take Beimang's Tuoba Bodhisattva and Dong Zhuo, two generations of famous Beimang generals, for example. These two became famous by relying on their light cavalry, which could easily be as long as 1,000 li long-distance raids. In one breath, they circled around to the rear of Li Yang's army and directly smashed one or even several main supply lines. The famous generals of the Liang imperial court, especially the cavalry generals, were greatly vexed by this, but for some reason, there was never a genius general who was able to break away from the infantry and meet force with force against Beimang's cavalry. Even so, the signs of the cavalry having to be separated and assume independent responsibility, as well as a series of books on the art of war that were derived from it, still appeared. Lu Xingxiang, who had been recruited by Zhao Yi to go to the distant Guangling riverbank, and Su Gong, who had never had the chance to go on an expedition beyond the Great Wall, each produced a military book. Unfortunately, it was not passed down to the generations, but it was widely praised within the military. Su Xiao greatly admired that dragon general Su Gong, who came from the Gumu Su family, and thought that this person should have been able to overshadow Lu Xingxiang, who led the charge in the southeast. However, that group of Liang's higher-ups all knew in their hearts that if at that time Chen Jibao and Chu Lushan were given the opportunity, then in Beimang, this brand-new battlefield, these two would undoubtedly become meritorious figures not inferior to the four great generals of the spring and autumn period. However, at that time, even if the new Son of Heaven, out of selfishness, was willing to give Chen Jibao the opportunity to display his skills, that large group of founding elders would not allow the Su family to have a successor. In close to 20 years of constant warfare with Beimang, the Beimang cavalry also developed a set of extremely powerful and mature tactics. For example, the Beimang cavalry lacked crossbows, but had many bows. Unless it was an elite soldier with astonishing strength, it would be difficult for an ordinary cavalry bow to break through the armor from 80 paces away. When the two armies collided and charged, under Chen Jibao's influence, the Beimang cavalry was abnormal to the point where they directly abandoned the crossbows in the process of exchanging fire. Relying on their advantage in armor, they allowed the Mang cavalry to throw out their arrows and fire at them, while their own side only focused on charging forward. As a result, Chen Jibao once made a presumptuous statement that made the outside world feel unimaginable, under the premise that the military strength was roughly equal, or even slightly inferior. The Beimang cavalry could only survive 40 paces. After all, outsiders were unable to witness this scene with their own eyes, and all along they held a strong skeptical attitude. However, it was undeniable that in the entire Liang dynasty, perhaps only the Beimang frontier army had the precious experience of more than 10,000 pure cavalry fighting in pairs with cavalry. Don't look at how the Zhao imperial court acted like they didn't know anything about the northwest border. Every time the wind blew and the grass blew, the current golden weaving bureau Li Shifeng would patiently and quietly send secret memorials to the capital. And the contents of these memorials were bought by Guangling Prince Xiao Yi and Yanqi Prince Xiao Bing through who knew how many favors and connections, so that the various advisors could ponder over and over again. At the same time, the Liang imperial court was not waiting for death. They decided to treat Beimang and Beiliang as imaginary enemies, thinking about how to truly go against the iron hooves of those warhorses. After all, the outstanding generals of the Central Plains who stood out from the smoke of war were not useless people. They were quite effective. The division of troops and weapon combinations of the infantry and the cooperation of the weapons could be said to be at the peak of perfection. In the imperial examinations of the spring of Yonghui, there were even similar questions that had a deep meaning. This led to many bold and unconstrained ideas in the answers. Although most of them were seen as the nonsense of a scholar, there was an argument that suddenly shone brightly after many years of silence. That was to use extremes to fight extremes. The examinee who failed in the imperial examinations at that time proposed to invest all of his financial and material resources to develop the deformed heavy cavalry and strive to cross the threshold of 10,000 people. Even if he had to sell everything, he had to develop one or several heavy cavalry units and place them in an important town not far from the border. At that time, his answer sheet was like a clay ox in the ocean in the Liang imperial court. However, at the same time, the Beimang palace began to crazily use money to build heavy cavalry units. It was not until many years later that the Liang imperial court realized that these were the two units of cavalry that Beimang named after the country's surname, the Yelu heavy cavalry and the Murong heavy cavalry. The number of people barely touched the threshold of 10,000. However, even the layman civil official knew that to raise these two units of heavy cavalry, it was the same as cutting off the country's flesh and blood to feed these two large gluttons. This was because the true cost of the heavy cavalry was not in the establishment of the structure but in the maintenance of the soldiers. The Liang imperial court, who was slow to realize this, was forced by public opinion from all levels of society, especially Gulu of the Ministry of War and the Eastern Border Army. Only then did they bite the bullet and follow behind Beimang to create the duo Yen Cavalry and the Yenmen Heavy Cavalry. The former had less than 8,000 cavalry and the latter had less than 5,000. As for why the scholar who went to the capital to take the imperial examinations would mysteriously die in a nameless alley, who cared? However, if someone knew of this secret, they would sigh. A little essay of less than 1,000 words written by a nameless Jiangnan scholar had actually affected the life and death of 2 million soldiers in the desert frontier fortress. The enemy was 80 paces away from us. The front line of battle spread out like a line. The surging tide of Chang cavalry skillfully knocked their bows and shot arrows. The violent jolting of the back of the horse during the fast charge, the armor of the enemy cavalry, and the lack of time to switch shots in a hurried battle were all important reasons why cavalry archery was only the icing on the cake. Beimang's proper border army spears were not bad. Not to mention Dong Zhuo's Dong family army. Even the generals and personal troops who held the edict had reached the level of the elite border army of Liang. However, this Chang cavalry was much more shabby. It was not that Beimang was so stingy that he was not willing to take out tens of thousands of refined spears. However, even if he gave them to the Chang cavalry, who had their own set of tactics, it would only be drawing legs on a snake and not sending charcoal in snowy weather. The training of warhorses was already a headache, much less the training of cavalry in horse battle. The weight of the spear and saber was related to the strength of the cavalry's arms. How many battles and how many lives would be sacrificed before an optimal answer could be found? The precise area of the spear to stab the enemy cavalry, the optimal angle of the saber, the appropriate weight of the armor were all different from person to person and required great knowledge. Therefore, if the Chang cavalry suddenly changed their main weapons to the overly extravagant and unfamiliar spears, and thus slowed down the speed of the Chang cavalry, then once the Chang cavalry reached Liuzhou, they would either be lucky and not run into the Long Xiang army, or they would just treat it as a happy trip. If they were unlucky, then General Jin Qing would not even need to think about it. He would just turn and run and try to sell those spears for some money to escape. Those spring and autumn survivors who left their homes and fled north brought along many secret and superb forging techniques to Beimang. However, Beimang lacked a large amount of iron, causing many of the craftsmen of the southern dynasty to become hard-working housewives who could not cook without rice. Chen Jibao once said, "The northern barbarians who lack spears are just a group of foot soldiers on horseback, that's all." Chapter 1278. It could be said that the war saint of West Chu, Yi Baikue, had pushed the cruelty of large-scale warfare to a peak. Thus, Chen Jibao had divided the war into the shoulders of every junior captain. Not only did he remember the names of every captain under his command, he even knew their personality and leadership style, as well as their combined strength under normal circumstances and their potential in unexpected situations. In ancient times, military experts liked to describe the unpredictability of war as ever-changing. Chen Jibao had long memorized ever-changing in his heart. He is fully deserving of the title of the #1 strategist in the history of the Qin dynasty, far surpassing his predecessors and peers. Any Jiangnan scholar who had read a few military books and admired the elegant demeanor of the white-clothed war saint would be able to say this kind of overflowing praise that sounded common. But in reality, the person who said these words was Chao Qingyi, who was publicly recognized as invincible in chess. Liuzhou did not hear the cries of the horns or the war drums. Just like that, people died in a hurried battle. The 2 rounds of long-range shooting by the Chang cavalry were expected to achieve merit, but the magnitude of the merit surprised the Chang cavalry. When an arrow accurately nailed into the face of a dragon elephant-like cavalryman, this cavalryman's head was immediately pulled back by the powerful arrow, and then he fell off his horse and died. The ownerless warhorse continued to charge forward. Many of the Chang cavalry cheered. The arrowhead of a Chang arrow struck the breastplate of a dragon elephant-like cavalry soldier, creating a string of sparks, but it did not pierce through. However, this northern Liang border army soldier's luck was truly terrible. His warhorse was struck in the neck by another extremely powerful arrow through the gap in the armor. The horse neighed, tilted slightly, and crashed into the ground. The light cavalryman who had rolled away quickly stood up. His arm that was holding the spear had been broken, but without his spear, he quickly pulled out the cold saber at his waist. He faced the Chang cavalrymen who were only 20 steps away from him and began to run in a straight line. Kui felt a bone-deep sense of powerlessness. It wasn't just because the 2 rounds of arrow rain only brought less than 100 casualties to the Dragon Elephant Light Cavalry, it was also because even though the enemy cavalry could clearly use their spears to deflect the incoming arrows, not a single one of them did such a thing that would damage the impact of the spear. Not a single one. The 2 armies suddenly charged out, and it was hard to tell whether the enemy was dead or alive. The young Kiliarka's recklessness had brought disaster to the 1,600 cavalry that he and his clan had painstakingly gathered over the past 20 years. Even if the Chang cavalry saw that the situation was not good, the front line facing them started to move to the left, hoping to use the speed of the Chang cavalry to reduce the losses on the battlefield. The vanguard of the Chang cavalry moved slightly to the left. However, the Dragon Elephant Light Cavalry reacted in an instant, charging to the right as a whole. The thunderous hooves of the horses did not decrease in the slightest. The rapid changes on the battlefront were actually not much when it was divided between 2 enemy cavalry positions. The Longxiang army and the Chang cavalry were embedded in each other's formation. In the blink of an eye, more than 300 Chang cavalrymen were pierced through by spears. These Chang warriors were all dead before they could even get off the back of their horses. Among them, dozens of Chang cavalry corpses were lifted into the air by the Dragon Elephant Iron Spear. The line that symbolized life and death was filled with the blood of the Chang cavalry. There were some lucky Chang warriors who managed to dodge the spears of the first row of Dragon Elephant Light Cavalry, but the spears behind them quickly pierced a hole in their bodies. Some of the luckier ones who managed to survive were instantly killed by the 3rd row of Dragon Elephant Light Cavalry, even if they managed to survive the 2nd row of Dragon Elephant Light Cavalry. One of the Chang cavalrymen had just had his shoulder pierced by the 2nd Dragon Elephant Light Cavalry. He swayed, and before he had time to rejoice, a 3rd iron spear pierced through his neck. His corpse fell backwards, sliding a short distance on the horse's back before finally falling dead on the sand. The deputy general of the Longxiang army, Wang Lingbao, directly shot out 3 candied haws. This charge. The Dragon Elephant Light Cavalry easily pierced through the window like a heavy hammer. Scarface and Wang Lingbao lightly shook their wrists, sending the 3 Chang cavalrymen off the iron spear. They did not turn around to observe the battlefield, not even looking at the corpses on the ground. They continued to charge forward. They were not far from the 2nd Chang cavalry. Behind Wang Lingbao, the ground was covered in Chang cavalry corpses and blood. Many of the Chang cavalry horses that had fallen off their horses slowly came to a stop after running for a short distance. The 300 injured Longxiang army cavalrymen raised their blades and stabbed the surviving Chang cavalrymen. Some of the Chang cavalrymen spoke in a language that the Dragon Elephant Light Cavalry did not understand. They were probably begging for mercy, but none of them showed any mercy. Ever since the general led the 100 cavalrymen out of Liaodong, the Su family cavalry did not have the habit of taking captives in. Apart from the 40 at the 2 ends of the 1,600 Chang cavalrymen, the rest of the Chang cavalry were all killed by the 3,000 Dragon Elephant Light Cavalry. The young Chiliarch who had charged into Flo province for the sake of revenge and for the sake of establishing himself also died after killing 1 person and assassinating 2 others. Chapter 1279. One side killed extremely cleanly and efficiently, while the other died without any hesitation. Kui's original intention was naturally not to use the 1,600 cavalry his tribe had painstakingly amassed over the past 20 years to pave the way for Jin Chang's meteoric rise in the Beimang imperial court. This Chang warrior, who was used to enjoying victory on the grasslands near Beimang, remembered the blood feud from 20 years ago, but forgot what kind of existence the enemy he wanted to take revenge on was. Before leaving his home, which could be considered a foreign land, he had heard that the dragon elephant cavalry had slaughtered their way through half of Gusai province last year. However, he had also heard from the mouths of many southern court people that this was only the carelessness of the defending generals of Gusai province. He had also heard that as long as Dong Zhuo or any of the other great generals moved out, not a single one of the Long Xiang army that had penetrated deep into the heartland would be able to return. The Beimang border army would toss the severed heads one after another along the border between the two countries. Kui had come for revenge, but unfortunately, his youngest son, who was still waiting for his father to return home, could only wait another 20 years before he could continue his revenge. For the Chang people, their nearly 100 years of exile was like walking from one foreign land to another. He lay in a pool of blood, the sunlight above his head blinding. Then, he saw a shadow appear above his head. It was a dragon elephant-like cavalry rider whose shoulders were one up and one down due to his injuries. Kui struggled on his deathbed, trying to raise the blade tied to his arm. That officer seemed to have noticed Kui's futile resistance. He frowned, and then chopped off this Chang youth's head. After thinking for a bit, he also chopped off the corpse's right hand. Then, like many of the dragon elephant-like cavalry who could still fight, the officer cleaned up the battlefield, found a suitable warhorse, mounted it, and began to charge again. In many of the rich places in the Chinese plains, no matter who killed who, most of them were filled with scheming plots and schemes. Even when gangs fought each other to the death, there might also be the competition of the government's backers and the secret instigation of schemers. In the end, killing people was not fun, and dying was not fun. However, at the border of Liangmang, it would be very easy for people to die. Moreover, it would be as fast as the speed of arrows and iron hooves. After killing the 1,600 suicidal Chang cavalrymen, under the leadership of Wang Lingbao and the two captains, the dragon elephant-like cavalry's warhorses slowed down and sped up in a rhythmic manner. In this way, the warhorses could fully unleash the second wave of momentum to ensure an effective pursuit. This was the invisible difference between a famous general on the battlefield and a mediocre general. War, especially a local battle, naturally required 10,000 men to fight against 1,000 men. However, it also required generals like Wang Lingbao who were familiar with the rules of the battlefield. Without the former, the battle would be more difficult, but without the latter, there would only be defeat. About half a li away, General Jin Qing was completely dumbfounded. However, this middle-aged Chang cavalryman, who was more experienced than Kui, did not hesitate at all. Without saying a word, he led the Chang cavalry in an arc and retreated. The reason why they did not stop and flee was because the dragon elephant-like cavalry, whose fighting strength was negligible, did not allow them to waste even a little bit of their fighting strength. Wang Lingbao calculated the distance between the two sides and the warhorse's speed. He squeezed his horse's belly and wanted to go to Su Longxiang's side to tell him his thoughts. However, this young commander of the Long Xiang army had already raised his arm and made a simple hand gesture that everyone in the Beiliang frontier army knew. Quickly stop him. Su Longxiang, who had not displayed much fighting strength in the previous charge, had only used his war blade to kill 3 Chang cavalrymen. He had only chopped off their heads. When Wang Lingbao saw the commander jump up high and abandon his horse, he began to run with his blade in tow. Wang Lingbao laughed, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Our commander really makes one feel helpless. After Su Longxiang made that hand gesture, the dragon elephant cavalry that had been purposely maintaining an orderly formation finally changed. The more than 400 cavalrymen charged out of the army in an instant. These elite cavalrymen decisively followed the war god commander in their hearts to kill the remaining 7,000 Chang cavalrymen. The aristocratic families were particular about the fact that the country could be destroyed, but the legacy of the family name could not be destroyed. However, for an army, the backbone supported by countless martyrs could not be broken. The backbone of the Bailiang cavalry. It would rather be broken. As for whether or not the Bai Mang had the ability to break this backbone, they would have to kill each other. As Su Longxiang ran faster and faster, a giant black tiger rushed to his side. Then, the 400 cavalrymen behind the black-clothed youth and the 2,000 dragon elephant cavalry saw an extremely strange scene. Su Longxiang bent down without slowing down, his hands grabbing the two legs of the black tiger. His body spun, and just like that, he smashed the black tiger into the center of the Chong cavalrymen. After the giant black tiger crashed into the ground, it continued to roll. Dust was kicked up from the ground. Countless mud-like corpses and a large number of people were thrown off their horses. Scarface and Wang Lingbao's mouth could not help but twitch. Those fellows that were smashed would definitely be in a lot of pain. When the 400 fast riders at the front were about to catch up to the tail of the Chong cavalry, Wang Lingbao glanced at the large crater that was created by the black tiger's explosion. On the mashed-up corpses, large flowers of blood bloomed. Chapter 1280. The first year of Xiangfu. Early winter. Near the city of Liangzhou, a delicate and pretty girl in thin clothes and a young monk in a shabby kasaya were walking together. Stupid Nanbei, we're almost at Liangzhou. Why am I getting more and more nervous? It's almost as nervous as the first time I peeked at the love letter that the vixen at the foot of the mountain wrote to my father. You're nervous when you're close to home. Anyway, Su Fengnian's home is half your home. A monk is pleading for you. Aren't you afraid that the Buddha living in the Western paradise will drown you with a sneeze? Master still has his wife. I don't see him being afraid of wind, rain, or thunder. Stupid Nanbei, we don't even have a copper coin to buy beautiful rouge and face powder this time. Will he think that I'm getting uglier and uglier? How can he? This is your promise. If it's not like this when the time comes, I'll beat you up. Amitba, stupid Nanbei, let me ask you a question. You Buddhists, stop. Li Zi, your home is my home. What do you mean, you Buddhists? I was picked up by Master and brought up the mountain. It was Master's wife who helped me shave my hair. Master's wife said that I was crying at that time. Look, how old was I at that time? I already knew that I didn't want to be a monk. Okay. Just answer me directly. Why do Buddhists say that the heart is all prajna? Then, are those bodhisattvas' great wishes a kind of obsession? If so, how can there be hope to become a Buddha? Well, Li Zi, why don't I answer you after I become a Buddha and burn the Sarira? Is this how you used to preach to those big and small baldies? No wonder the old abbot always likes to owe copper coins. Mother asked me to urge him, but the old abbot always laughed bitterly as if he had eaten something bad. It must be that the old abbot dislikes your preaching. Stupid Nanbei, why are you crying? Can you be a little more promising? The old abbot has become a Buddha, not dead. Cry when you cry, laugh when you laugh, eat when you eat, sleep when you sleep, and recite when you recite. When the wooden fish rings, I am Buddha. This is what my master taught me. Come on, how stupid are you? You can't even comprehend Buddhism. If you become a Buddha, who will be willing to believe in Buddhism in the future? By the way, stupid Nanbei, speaking of the wooden fish, why haven't I seen my father let you knock it? My family doesn't have it either. That's true, but our stingy neighbor, Baldi Huining, did hide a very precious wooden fish. I heard from my mother that it was carved from the wudong tree of Shishu. If you hit it with all your might, you could hear it from dozens of miles away. Are you serious? Of course not. Once, Master's wife wanted to go down the mountain to buy a set of clothes that she liked for a long time. Coincidentally, Master didn't have any extra money, so he took me out to hide from Master's wife and secretly met with Abbot Huining to drink. Abbot Huining drank happily and sat on the ground holding the wooden fish for most of the night. At that time, I stood outside the door to keep a lookout for them. I didn't feel that the wooden fish was very loud. Actually, Master's wife was thinking about the value of the wooden fish. Once, when Master's wife saw me washing clothes, she let it slip. She said that in the future, she must bring the wooden fish home and then give it to you as a dowry. How impressive! My mother. No wonder every time my mother saw Baldy Huining a few years ago, she would ask him how old he was. Alas, fortunately, my mother only wandered around the small town at the foot of the mountain and never went into the Jianghu. Otherwise, which young master would be willing to pay attention to her? Anyway, Master is watching over Master's wife, and Master's wife isn't willing to go into the Jianghu. Besides, Master's wife always said that the women at the foot of the mountain are either tigresses that eat people without spitting out their bones or foxes that only have skin but not brains. Especially that great peace city, the streets are full of shameless and indecent women. It has always been Master's forbidden area. How can Master's wife be at ease with Master? Otherwise, Master's wife wouldn't have followed Master to the capital this time, right? Wu Nanbei. Do you believe that I won't tell my mother? Amitba. Master, no wonder you don't talk back every time Master's wife scolds you. The more you say, the more mistakes you make. I kind of understand. Stupid Nanbei, what are you muttering about? On the road, the young girl puffed up her cheeks and clenched her fists as if she was knocking on the wooden fish. Dong 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 when the wooden fish sounds, I am Buddha. Yeah dong dong dong, the young monk secretly turned his head and snickered. On this day, the sun was warm. As the center of Beimang's southern dynasty, Shijing City was originally called Good Son-in-Law City. It was once just a normal city. With the influx of scholars from the north, it gradually had deep and secluded courtyards in Jiangnan. It had thick black tiles and white walls in the style of respecting one's ancestors. It had the private library of an aristocratic family that cultivated and studied. It had the unfamiliar sounds of reading, elegant high hats and broad belts, beautiful women's long dresses that dragged on the ground, and all kinds of food that dazzled the locals. Good Son-in-Law City became more and more prosperous day by day until it became Beimang's auxiliary capital. With continuous expansion, there was a court where the local nobles and foreign scholars each occupied half of the country. There was a system of 3 provinces and 6 departments. There were many talents, and it was beautiful. With the passage of more than 20 years, this city seemed to have grown from a thin little girl into a plump beautiful woman. Then, on this imperial road that was slightly more deserted than usual, a group of people walked slowly. The leader was an old woman. The old woman's age was naturally not something that New Shijing City could compare with. The old woman with an old fox fur draped over her shoulders was followed by an old Confucian scholar. Further behind, there was a middle-aged swordsman with a sword and a burly man in his 50s walking side by side. The old woman suddenly chuckled softly and said, "I heard that our war god met that family of 3 at Mount Hui, but they didn't fight." The old man in the green shirt nodded. Chapter 1281. The old woman lamented, "Is there a fragrance outside the walls? Why are the 2 people I admire heading to Liang?" One of them dared to charge to the foot of the imperial capital's walls alone and meet my gaze. The other one is a sect by himself. If I remember correctly, this sect with only one person is ranked higher than the princess's grave in your chess and sword music school, right? If they are willing to stay in Beimang. Forget it, let's not talk about it. The chess and sword music school had 4 masters at its peak. Although Huang Baozhu, or the devil Luo Yang, had betrayed Beimang, Hong Jingyan was already the leader of the Ruren cavalry. Sword Qi Jin and the ancestor of the bronze statue were also among the top masters in Beimang. Who in the world would dare to underestimate the chess and sword music school? The old man who looked like a shabby old scholar smiled. If that wasn't the case, wouldn't the jianghu be a lot less fun? The old woman turned to look at the middle-aged man with a sword. Huang Qing, do you have a chance of winning against that person? She wasn't asking about his chances of winning, but whether he had a chance of winning. The person who was asked nodded. Although the answer wasn't a pleasant surprise, it wasn't to the extent of disappointing the old woman. Huang Qing's real name was Sun Xiaopu. The chess and sword music school's name was Sword Qi Jin, and he was also Hong Jingyan's master. Because of the Liang dynasty's ridicule of the Beimang sword forest's lack of manpower, some people even declared that no one in Beimang could talk about the way of the sword. Because of this, he changed his name to Huang Qing. The old woman who could make Sword Qi Jin her retainer was obvious. This aging female eagle had been flying in the sky above all the other eagles in the grassland for far too long. The four of them walked into the palace of Shijing. Then, under the careful guidance of the eunuch from the ceremony directorate, only Empress Murong and the prefect of peace entered a secluded attic. Inside the attic, there was a grayish-black hornless dragon vat made of an unknown material. The vat was less than half a person's height, but it was so huge that it occupied most of the attic's main hall. Empress Murong placed her hands on the cool rim of the round vat, squinting her eyes as she looked at the clear water in it. This vat was called Slumber. Only after she had usurped the throne did someone secretly enter the palace to report to her that there was a dragon hibernating at the bottom of the vat. At a glance, he couldn't tell if there was a flood dragon, but the scene in his line of sight was already strange enough. There was no wind or waves. The surface of the water was clearly still, but it was uneven everywhere. If one were to look carefully, one could vaguely see that there were many small carps of different colors floating in the water. Empress Murong raised her head and looked around. Other than the prefect of peace beside her, there were only 9 people in the room. Among them, there was the immortal Nan Ming, who was second only to the state preceptor Yuan Qingshan endowed sect, the most secretive qi cultivator in Beimang, and the astrologer Yelu Guanzhu, whose ancestors had been predicting the future for the Beimang royal family. Even Huang Songpu, the former king of the southern courtyard in the southern dynasty, had not seen the 9 real hermits who had lived here for decades. As for the other dignitaries in the southern dynasty, they did not expect to see them. They probably did not know that there was such a strange attic in western capital, such an inexplicable vat, and so many strange people gathered here. Empress Murong asked softly, "Where is Xiao Dun, the prince of Liang, who said that he would not attend the court because he was unwell?" Immortal Nan Ming, who had a head full of white hair but a face as tender as a child, walked to Empress Murong's side with a thin purple bamboo pole. He extended the pole and gently drew a small circle at a spot 2 feet above the water surface. The 100-year-old elder immortal of Dao's sect, whose voice was no different from a child's, said crisply, "Judging from the position, Xiao Dun has indeed secretly patrolled the border as the spider web reported." Empress Murong's finger lightly tapped the edge of the vat and sneered, "He's only at the age of knowing his destiny. He's going to die in front of an old woman like me. How pitiful." The surroundings were silent. No one dared to answer. She asked again, "Other than the little thing representing Qin Jibao that suddenly grew a dragon claw, is there anything else worth mentioning?" Immortal Nan Ming used the purple bamboo pole to point at a spot a little further south than before. "Zhang Julu's tail fell 4 feet into the vat and is about to sink to the bottom." The old woman laughed. "What a Liang dynasty's deer that committed suicide." At this moment, the place that the old immortal Nan Ming was pointing at should be Great Peace City. After immortal Qilan's ascension, the new sect master of Dao's sect was expressionless. He moved the pole and pointed at the northwest direction. "Su Fengnian is still around Huayang Pass." Suddenly, a small black carp less than 2 inches long jumped out of the water. Then, it didn't fall back to its original position. Instead, it shifted slightly to the west. Empress Murong frowned. "This is..." Immortal Nan Ming still used his childish voice to say unhurriedly, "It's Su Longxiang." Some martial artists who haven't entered the celestial phenomenon realm but are blessed with providence will be indistinct even if they occupy a spot in the vat, unless their chi leaks too much. It's even more so for those chi cultivators who are good at restraining their chi. But once they leak the secrets of heaven, it's hard for them to escape the net of justice. As for those who are close to earth immortals, their natal fish will even disturb the water in the vat. For example, Wudong sect master Li Yufu. Previously, this person caused the secrets of heaven to tremble, causing the vat's water to overflow. Anything else? Yes. Huang Longshi, Tantai Pingjing, and Xie Feiyu. The three people who originally had the most vague clues have shown signs one after another. Then Chao Chongqing. Since he became the scholarly sage, he naturally jumped out of the vat. Empress Murong thought for a moment and said to herself, could it be that Lu Gui's main force has already encountered the Longxiang army? Immortal Nan Ming hesitated and shook his head, no. Su Longxiang should have gone to the west of Azure City and encountered the Chang cavalry. The old woman's face was gloomy, but it soon relaxed. Anyway, you have two sons. The imperial decree of peace guessed what Empress Murong was thinking and said calmly, since there's a flaw, we can let Huang Qing and Copper Man assassinate Su Longxiang. Such an opportunity will be hard to come by in the future. The old woman pressed her thumb on the edge of the vat and asked, can they make it in time? The old scholar who was the imperial tutor of Beimang smiled and said, let them rush there as fast as possible. After that, it'll depend on their luck. The old woman smiled and said, then let's give it a try. The imperial decree of peace turned around and walked out of the room without hesitation to instruct Huang Qing. The old woman asked and answered her own question, if it succeeds, will there still be a war in Liuzhou after so many rounds of scheming? No. Chapter 1282. The Hall of Merit had the diligent room, which was different from the imperial college. It was for the children of the Zhao family to study. Because the legitimate princes, other than the crown prince of the Eastern Palace, had to be conferred the title of Prince of the Eastern Palace, the diligent room was where the children of the Prince of the capital studied. A small number of descendants of officials who were conferred the title of Marquis were also allowed to enter this place, which was known as the Little Imperial Study. The diligent room had the two positions of junior tutor and junior tutor leading the study of politics. In addition, there were more than 20 teachers with high status who taught the Confucian classics and were personally appointed by the emperor to be the personal teacher of a certain prince or descendant. All of them were great writers of the dynasty. Occasionally, there would be a knowledgeable and highly respected Dahuang who would enter to give a lecture. That group of dragon sons and grandsons, as well as the children of nobles and nobles, entered the diligent room at the age of rushing into the age. Every day they would study for 10 hours, day after day, year after year, all the way until they were married and conferred nobility. Regardless of whether it was winter or summer, they studied without stopping. This tradition had been unshakable for the past 20 years, from the previous emperor to the current emperor. Moreover, the rules of the diligent room were complex and extremely strict. The students who entered the room did not hold a fan in summer or add charcoal in winter. Regardless of their status, they had to bow to the teachers they met on the way. If they made a minor mistake, they would be punished with a bamboo punishment. If the current emperor wrote a couplet, stand with sincerity, learn the truth, and hung it on both sides. Other than the obscure Prince Xiao Kai, all of the children, including the Crown Prince Xiao Zhuan and the eldest Prince Xiao Wu, had spent a long time in the diligent room. If the position of junior tutor and junior tutor was said to be extraordinary and was expected to be conferred the title of Marquis, then the teachers of the diligent room were worthy of being called the emperor's teacher. As for the two positions of junior tutor and junior tutor, they had always been empty. The two masters of the Song family had dominated the literary world for 30 years, but they still could not obtain this position. The previous junior tutor, Ma Rong, was the teacher of the previous emperor and the current emperor. He was not well known outside of the capital, but 4 years ago, when Ma Rong died of illness, the emperor and the empress personally went to the mourning hall of the Ma family to wear mourning clothes and keep vigil for a night. After Ma Rong's death, the positions of junior tutor and junior protector were empty. The nobles of Tai and city all thought that Qi Yanglong, who had just entered the capital, would temporarily assume the position of junior protector as a transitional position between the past and the future, and then become the official leader of the Liang dynasty in one fell swoop. However, a young man, who didn't even have the qualifications to assume the position of junior protector, abruptly barged into everyone's eyes and took the position of junior protector. This person had obtained the title of Jinshi at the tail end of the Yonghui era, but he was far less eye-catching than the top three. He had entered the Hanlin Academy and served as the Yellow Gatekeeper, but he was also lukewarm. It wasn't until he became the daily librarian of the Imperial Study in the Forbidden City that he received a few more glances from the important figures in the capital. However, that was all. Later on, this person was quietly promoted to the Minister of Meritorious Contributions Department, assisting the Minister of Personnel, Zhao Yuling, and his old superior, Prime Minister, Yin Mao-chen. He had successively participated in the imperial investigations and the local grade evaluations, two major events that were enough to determine the status of a fourth-rank official in Liang. This scholar, who could be considered a young man in the imperial court, was the one who truly made people speechless. In the imperial investigations that were held once every 3 years, this person still didn't reveal himself. However, in the South grade evaluations, this person was truly vicious and merciless, removing the official status of the governor of Pingzhou and 6 county governors in one fell swoop. It had only been 3 months, and he was quickly transferred back to the capital. Otherwise, everyone in the court believed that this person would have died on the way to the south. So much so that when he became the diligent junior protector of the house, most people were numb to it. This person's path of promotion in the officialdom was too obscure, leaving no opportunity for people to give him a cold shoulder. In the end, people only knew that he had married a nameless princess a few years ago, and that she was a relative of the imperial family. In the imperial court, he had never participated in the struggle between factions, nor was he close to civil and military officials. He had never interacted with the eunuchs in the palace, not even once drinking wine with prostitutes. There were very few people who wanted to get to the bottom of things, and after they learned the truth, they became more and more confused. This person was actually from Beiliang. Originally, it was already very surprising that the court had produced Jin Sanlang, who had made a meteoric rise. Unexpectedly, this person's fame was even greater than that. It should be known that Jean Lanting's path of promotion could not be said to be glorious. It was said that first, he had relied on a recommendation letter from the old Prince Liang to enter the officialdom in the capital. Later, he had squeezed his way into the government through the elegant tricks of Lanting Shuxian. And as a fellow countryman of the Right Chancellor of the Imperial College, he had a clean background, and his path of promotion was open and clean. Even though he had married a princess, there had not been any rumors of a husband depending on his wife's status. And over the years, he had held several positions in the capital. Whether it was the short-term Huang Men of the Hanlin Academy, the long-term Eastern Palace assistant lecturer, or the even shorter-term household assistant manager, he had always been a scholar who was quite close to the imperial family. It was likely that even if he were to shout on the streets that he was from Beiliang, no one would be willing to believe him. He was a scholar born in Beiliang, Chen Wang. Of course, nowadays, everyone in the capital should respectfully address him as Qin Xiaobao. Today, in the diligent room, it was only 4:45 in the morning. The sky was still dusky, but the sound of reading could already be heard. The diligent room was divided into upper, middle, and lower rooms. Generally speaking, 6 to 9 years old were in the lower room, 10 to 15 years old were in the middle room, and 15 years old and above were in the upper room. Among them, the age of the women was calculated separately. Only when the men and women were married and had obtained the approval of the teachers could they withdraw from the school. Today was Confucian Day. In each of the 3 rooms, there was an elder reading the classics of the Confucian sage Zhangsheng. The degree of difficulty was naturally different. Outside the lower room of the diligent room stood a young scholar, wearing a purple robe and a mutton-fat jade belt bestowed by the emperor. He looked at the young children who were shaking their heads and doing their best to recite the classics. According to the rules set by the previous emperor, they were not allowed to wear a marten hat or fur coat in the room. The winter cold was bone-piercing. At this time, there was only a small copper stove placed under the teacher's desk. Most of the children who were born with the same surname as the country were no different from the children of poor families attending private schools. Most of their cheeks were frozen red, and their hands and feet were trembling. Taking advantage of the time when the teacher was reading, they hurriedly lowered their heads and blew a mouthful of hot air on their frozen fingers. Outside the room, in addition to this scholar who was dressed in special clothes and was quite unfamiliar to the eyes of ordinary people, there was also an old eunuch in the palace who was allowed to wear a red python robe. He stood outside carefully. The old eunuch was a little absent-minded and did not notice the arrival of the scholar. This was not surprising. He said that he had to keep an eye on the diligent room in case of accidents, but he had been standing here for more than 10 years. He had changed 7 or 8 robes. After more than 10 years, the affairs of the palace had always been strict, so how could there be any accidents? No matter how they acted outside after coming of age, the domineering children of the Zhao family all stood respectfully like him when they were studying, while they sat there obediently reading and reciting books. Even famous princes and princesses like Zhao Wu and Zhao Fingya had to tuck their tails between their legs after entering the diligent room and sitting down. The old eunuch looked outside the room and saw that a large red lantern had been hung on a branch in the courtyard after winter. He sighed quietly. He had heard that it was not peaceful outside. The remaining evildoers of the Guangling underworld had found a little girl surnamed Jiang from somewhere and revived the country just like that. Many of the old fellows in the palace who had escaped from the West Chu imperial palace back then were now trembling in fear. When they were free, they did not even dare to drink a few mouthfuls of wine, saying that they were afraid that others would misunderstand them and think that they were drowning their sorrows in wine. It seemed that the barbarians in the West were also not peaceful. If the big barbarian Beimang wanted to make trouble, the small barbarian Beiliang also wanted to make trouble. He could be considered to have seen some storms in his life, but he just could not understand why these fellows did not want to live a peaceful life. Why did they have to make trouble blindly? Even that grand secretary was obsessed. Say, you, Bai Yan, are not even as old as me, a eunuch, but you have already achieved such a high position. Why are you still not satisfied? Isn't this clearly seeking your own death? For no reason, the old eunuch thought of the flowers and plants in the courtyard and could not help but sigh. He thought to himself, Grand Secretary, human lives were not like those plants. If they were gone this winter, they would be there again next spring. At this time, a small and tiptoeing figure appeared outside the courtyard. He bent over and trotted in. As a result, when he saw the old eunuch who looked like a door god, he immediately looked as if his parents had died. The old eunuch only dared to laugh in his heart. This little fellow was the grandson of Commandery Prince Feng. Although he was not the eldest grandson of the eldest branch, he was still very doted on. However, this child had always been a punching bag in the lower branch. After all, the title of Commandery Prince Feng could frighten people outside the palace, but here, no one took it seriously. In addition, the little fellow's body was weak and his temperament was soft. He was bullied all day long to the point that he did not dare to go home and complain to his elders. Even if he changed into a new pair of festive boots, they would be trampled into old ones by those naughty fellows. He looked at the child's sickly pale face and his pitiful appearance as he desperately covered his mouth to prevent himself from coughing. Although the old eunuch felt sorry for him, he, the eunuch, did not dare to violate the rules set by the previous emperor. If he was late once, he would be punished with bamboo. If he was late twice, he would be demoted. If he was late 3 times, he would be demoted again. Until he had no more rank to demote, he would be directly expelled from the diligent room. About 10 years ago, in the hands of the emperor, there was a lawless old prince who was the only legitimate grandson. He was directly demoted to a commoner. The old eunuch stopped the sweaty grandson of Commandery Prince Fong. With a cold face, he said, "If I remember correctly, this is the second time you have been late. You go in first. I will record it and send it to the imperial clan court." The child coughed and said intermittently, "Grandfather Liu, I really did not mean to be late. I have a cold." The old eunuch waved his hand. He was not willing to listen to the child's explanation. The royal family was not a big or small matter. This was the principle that the elders in the palace had taught the younger generation with countless bloody facts. He was only a servant. Why should he seek trouble for himself? Chapter 1283. It was at this moment that the old eunuch realized that there was a dazzling purple color beside him. He was shocked and even more shocked. After he came back to his senses and was about to bow, that person smiled and shook his head. The old eunuch, who was already the head eunuch of the palace, could only bow. The scholar in purple robes and jade belt walked to the old eunuch's side and grabbed the child's cold hand. He used a bit of force to pry open the child's fingers, only to discover that the child had coughed up blood. The scholar looked at the teary-eyed child and smiled gently. He rubbed the child's head and didn't say anything. He took the child's other hand and crossed the threshold of the lower room. The lecturer in the room was a famous literary figure from the Hanlon Academy. He glanced at the scholar's robes and then at the late child with a displeased expression. However, no matter how far this literary figure had distanced himself from the quarrels of officialdom, he was still somewhat afraid of the deep meaning of the purple robes. He stopped his recitation and reached out to grab a bamboo whip from the desk. With a straight face, he said to the child, "Zhao Li, stretch out your hand." The child was about to step forward to accept his punishment when the scholar, who was no older than 30, said in a warm voice, "Lecturer Han, Zhao Li isn't being naughty. He just caught a cold and coughed up blood at such a young age." Yet, he still insisted on entering the room to study. In the end, this is pardonable. The demotion from the imperial clan court is unavoidable, but can this bamboo punishment be waived? The old scholar snorted coldly, "Waive the bamboo punishment? What kind of scandal is this?" The scholar still smiled faintly and said, "The law is nothing more than human feelings." The old keeper cast a sidelong glance at this latecomer far above the rest junior and sneered, "Law, sentiment, and reason. Even Grand Chancellor Qi doesn't dare to say which of the three is more important. I wonder where did Lord Junior Guardian learn from?" Chen Wang, who was destined to become the first Lord Junior Guardian of the auspicious talisman era, said calmly, "This junior is self-taught and has no teacher." However, Chen Wang secretly believes that as long as there is a reason in the world, there is no distinction between big and small. The Confucian sage Shang said it, the emperor said it, and even the common people said it. Official Han sneered, "Then I'll have to ask one more question. This is a reason that anyone can say, but who can prove it?" Chen Wang laughed softly and said, "It's nothing more than the 4 words of the conscience of heaven and earth. The heaven is fair, the earth is sorrowful, and the two do not interfere with each other. Man is not a plant, how can he not be heartless? Man is not a beast, how can he not have compassion?" Official Han's face was ashen as he tightly gripped the bamboo whip that he had used to beat countless descendants of the Dragon Clan. "Other people might respect you and be a bit afraid of you, Chen Wang, but I, Han Yuxing, would not take you, a Bailiang barbarian, seriously." The keeper was just about to explode in anger when he noticed a rare guest standing by the door, clad in a bright yellow robe. He quickly put down his bamboo whip and rose to bow. The other children also rose to their feet and saluted. "Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince." Zhao Zhuan laughed heartily and said, I've disturbed Scholar Han's teachings. Forgive me, forgive me. There is one thing I must explain to Scholar Han. Zhao Li's nephew was on his way to the diligent room when I stopped him and inquired about his well-being for a long time, causing him to be delayed. I will personally inform the Imperial Clan Court. As for the bamboo punishment, if Scholar Han is afraid of breaking the rules, I will take the punishment for Zhao Li. Furthermore, this child is suffering from a severe cold. I have to ask Han Yuxing for a leave of absence. Studying is important, but the body is even more important. We study, we study. It doesn't matter if we die from studying. Studying is a good thing, the more the better. But if we die from studying, then it won't be pretty. Han Yuxing hurriedly smiled and said, Your Highness is too serious, too serious. With the Crown Prince pleading for leniency, Han Yuxing didn't dare to argue. He didn't feel that he was insulting the educated. He only felt that if Sage Xiang were alive, he would do the same. Well, didn't Qin Xiaobao say before that the law is nothing more than human feelings? Zhao Zhuan rubbed Zhao Li's little head and said with a smile, Don't forget to ask your aunt for more sweets in the future. Then he let the old eunuch lead Zhao Li to find an imperial physician. He walked with Chen Wang on a dark path. After a moment of silence, he joked, Chen Wang, it seems like you're not happy being the junior guardian. Chen Wang laughed and dismissed it. Zhao Zhuan stopped and looked at this guy. He asked seriously, It said that a place's environment nurtures a place's people. You and our unyielding Jin San Lang are both people of Beiliang. Why are you so different? Chen Wang hesitated and shook his head. He said self-deprecatingly, A place's environment also has its own differences. It seems that when I, Chen Wang, was practicing writing with firewood in the snow, the right chancellor was already thinking about how to develop high-quality rice paper. Zhao Zhuan said helplessly, With your personality, who would dare to let you be a local official? This who obviously wasn't referring to him in general. It was referring to him, the crown prince who was supposed to be the regent of the country. Chen Wang smiled. If I were to be sent out, I'd at most be a county magistrate. If my official hat was bigger, it wouldn't be stable. Zhao Zhuan patted his shoulder. Do you think I'm stupid to be willing to use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Chen Wang didn't reply. Zhao Zhuan suddenly asked, How do you evaluate the Grand Secretary and Chancellor Qi? Chen Wang didn't hold back and said straightforwardly, Zhang Julu's personality is strict and fearsome, like the scorching summer. Qi Yanglong's personality is gentle and cute, like the warm winter day. No matter if it's their ability to govern the country or their personal integrity, they are close to saints. It's my honor to be able to be an official with them. Chapter 1284. Zhao Zhuan sighed, It's a pity that a mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers. Zhao Zhuan quickly smiled, The Minister of Revenue, Wang Xiongui, may go to Guangling as the administrator. Do you have any thoughts about this empty position? Yin Mao Chen will definitely look down on this small temple, so you don't have to worry about competing with him. The Minister of Appointments, Zhao Yuling, the Minister of Rights, Bai Guo, and the Minister of Revenue, Wang Xiongui. Along with the Prime Minister, Yin Mao Chen, they were all once the favorite students of Grand Secretary Zhang Julu and Tantanon. Now, only Wang Xiongui, who was publicly acknowledged as the least talented of the 4 scholars of Yonghui, was still persisting in supporting the facade. It sounded like even Wang Xiongui was going to leave, and to become the Guangling administrator, the biggest joke in the world. Even a blind person would understand the meaning of the imperial court's words. To kill a flying tiger, first cut off its wings. Chen Wang only shook his head and said nothing. Zhao Zhuan grunted and reflected, I was too hasty. Not only did I not help you, I even made you the target of public criticism. You're halfway through a journey of 100 li. Zhao Zhuan seemed to be talking to himself, Father is secretly patrolling the borders. It doesn't seem like a good idea to drag it out and delay the court session. Chen Wang, who had once been evaluated by Ma Rong as being prudent, did not say these two words. However, Zhao Zhuan looked at the dawn sky in the east, and his eyes were already burning. Regent. After Zhao Zhuan withdrew his gaze, he was once again the gentle and gentlemanly crown prince. He smiled. I heard that Mr. Yuan brought someone with him on his travels. Chen Wang asked, can I tell you? Zhao Zhuan smiled helplessly, why can't you and I talk about it? That person is the young phoenix of the Song family, Song Kelly, who is regarded as a fallen phoenix. Chen Wang asked doubtfully, isn't Song Kelly a county magistrate in a county north of Guangling? This person is quite accomplished in suppressing the bandits. This is an impressive achievement, but it was deliberately suppressed by the higher-ups. Zhao Zhuan took a deep look at Qin Xiaobao. Then, he smiled so widely that his eyes narrowed into a line. He pointed at the cautious guy with his finger and said, keep pretending, keep pretending. Others might not be aware of Mr. Yuan's plan, but how could Chen Wang not grasp the crux of the matter? The Song family was destroyed in an instant. No matter how it appeared on the surface, or what it did behind the scenes, most of the old foxes in the first 5 or 6 rows of the imperial court actually saw one thing clearly, but those who could see to choose were really not many. Grand Secretary Darren and Yin Mao Chen are definitely 2 of them. Next, even if there is only one person left, it will definitely be you, Chen Wang. Chen Wang didn't admit anything, but he didn't deny anything either. Zhao Zhuan sighed softly. Yin Mao Chen, Bai Guo, and Song Dongming were all Mr. Yuan's Minister of Concealment candidates. Even if the latter 2 were eliminated, Yin Mao Chen should have been the next Grand Secretary no matter how you look at it. Who would have thought that in the end, Song Kelly would quietly snatch the position from him? Chen Wang hesitated for a moment, then said, Mr. Yuan chose Song Kelly, but Grand Secretary Darren also made a choice. Zhao Zhuan was really confused about this matter. He asked curiously, it definitely wasn't Wang Xiongui, nor was it Zhao Yuling. Then who could it be? Chen Wang said calmly, the Minister of Rights, Bai Guo. Zhao Zhuan instinctively laughed. He clearly didn't believe this absurd statement. Bai Guo. Impossible, impossible. Even though Bai Guo has an excellent reputation throughout the court, and everyone in the capital's officialdom is close to him. I also admire this wanton and extremely talented Minister of Rights. But if you say that after more than a decade of careful selection, Zhang Julu finally chose Bai Guo, who had given up once, to be the next master of Gu Hut, I wouldn't believe it even if you beat me to death. Chen Wang said calmly, I can't really beat you to death, Your Highness. Zhao Zhuan froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. In his mind, Chen Wang was a person like this old man who would never joke. These words really opened his eyes. However, after laughing, Zhao Zhuan began to think deeply. In order to pave the way for him, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that his father had spared no effort and calculated everything. Among them, the one that gave his father the most headache and pain was undoubtedly the Minister of Rights, Green Eyes. After Zhao Zhuan acknowledged Grand Secretary Darren's contributions, he had absolutely no good impression of Zhang Julu. Before His Highness the Crown Prince, the 4th Prince Zhao Zhuan was extremely fearful of this Grand Secretary, who had no selfish desires even though he had the power to overturn the court. If Zhang Julu was only a scholarly sage who devoted himself to learning, he would at most be made into a statue by the court and placed on an altar beside Sage Zhang. It was very simple. However, Zhang Julu was different. He valued merit over learning. He was a typical powerful minister. In the depths of Zhao Zhuan's heart, he felt that Zhang Julu was a lifeless living dead. He wanted nothing more than to stay away from him. If Zhang Julu really did as Chen Wang said and chose his former favorite student Bai Guo to be his tomb keeper after his death, then Zhao Zhuan would have to carefully weigh the pros and cons. Song Kelly, who needed many years to mature, could be easily dealt with in the future even if Xiao Zhuan didn't have any tricks up his sleeve. This was just thinking about the future. This was because every new emperor was never afraid of any new officials. They were only afraid of those old officials. It was obvious that Baiguo could become a great threat close at hand. This was the immediate worry. Chen Wang didn't disturb the crown prince's thoughts. After waiting for a while, seeing that he still hadn't come back to his senses, he quietly turned around and left. After a long time, Xiao Zhuan opened his arms and stretched. He turned his head and didn't see Chen Wang. Xiao Zhuan left alone. The sky was also bright. Chapter 1285. At the end of the first year of Xiangfu, the first snow suddenly fell. If it did not fall, it would be a heavy snowfall. However, compared to previous years, it was said that this year, there were 70 to 80% fewer visitors in and out of Great Peace City. It would probably cause the scattered stalls to make less money. There were countless Shang mansions in the capital, but there was one mansion that was undoubtedly unique. Whether it was a local official who went to the capital or a scholar who went abroad to study, as long as they casually asked the people in the capital where Zhang Mansion was, the latter would definitely not bother to ask which Lord Zhang it was and would directly give the answer. Even if it was snowing heavily, and the snow on the imperial path was so thick that it could not be swept clean, the court session still continued. Also, it was a sensitive time for the crown prince to be regent. Which official would have the guts to be late? But today, there was one person missing in the imperial court. Without him, everyone was shocked and absent-minded. Even the crown prince, who was in charge of supervising the country, appeared to be in a trance. This person who was absent from court for the first time did not ask for leave. It was as though he was telling the crown prince and all the civil and military officials a simple truth: if I am not coming, I am not coming. His Highness the Crown Prince ignored this. He did not have the chief eunuch go and ask about his well-being, nor did he fly into a rage. The Minister of Rights, Baiguo, who could make a big fuss over a small matter, was the same. He acted as though nothing had happened. Some people wanted to use this as a pretext to make a fuss, but after hesitating for a while, they did not dare. After all, even Third Jean had sewn his mouth shut today. This official who made the entire court session seem like it was not a court session was the Grand Secretary Zhang Julu. He and the emperor who was patrolling the borders were the most diligent people in the court. However, one was the first among the monarchs, and the other was the first among the officials. Zhang Julu was not feeling well today. After putting on the purple robes of the standard first rank, he suddenly did not want to attend morning court. Therefore, he did not go. This old man, whose sideburns were turning white, had been sitting under the eaves since early in the morning. He did not change into more comfortable and warm clothes. The old housekeeper of the mansion had brought in a simple stove made of bamboo strips, and had added charcoal to the stove many times. In Zhang Julu's life, other than a few times when his good friend Tantanon forced him to drink a few cups or two, he almost never drank. He insisted that drinking would make things worse. However, with nothing to do today and nothing to do in the future, the old man still did not have the slightest intention of drinking. When it was close to noon, he carelessly ate some of the rough homemade pastries and continued to flip through the nameless poetry collection in his hands. Zhang Julu's ability to govern was outstanding in the world. Most likely, even those powerful political opponents who still had the strength to fight when he first started his career would not deny it against their will. However, Zhang Julu came from the Hanlin Academy. Other than the artistic essays he wrote when he was young that could be considered sloppy and had some talent, whether it was in memorials or memorials, the wording of his speech and the words themselves, they were all dull and tasteless. After so many years, there was not a single good work of a famous teacher that was passed down. There were also no rumors that he favored a literary master, and no comments that added the finishing touch to a good work. From an outsider's point of view, the Grand Secretary seemed to have a natural resistance to writing. In reality, Only Huan Wen knew that his old friend Zhang Julu did not hesitate to write, but he would also fall in love with the good works of many scholars, especially the good sentences that added the finishing touch. Whether it was the frontier poems, the resentment poems, or the sentimental poems, the funeral essays, they all had their own preferences. They were all collected in that self-edited poetry collection. For example, the Takaoka Ouyang family's memorial to their father in Shangyin Academy, the Chu War declaration that Zhao Chongling personally carried the sword in the Battle of the Western Wall, and so on. Zhang Julu would occasionally flip through them. Among them was Huang Longshi's, the Yellow River runs for more than 1,000 miles to the north, the air of grievance turns into black clouds. There was also that line by that person who had been scolded as Mei Su Mei Liang back then, there is no war in the horizon, the energy of war dissipates into the sun and moonlight. There was also a famous palace resentment line from an unknown person in the previous dynasty, outsiders do not see a smile, the heavenly treasures last year's is a gift for the world. Su Weisheng's took up a lot of space among the 300 or so. Even some of the poems that Su Fengnian had clearly bought with a large sum of money were included. This was probably the so-called magnanimity of the Prime Minister. The old steward suddenly jogged up the steps and said in a low voice, "Old master, the young master has come." Zhang Julu was slightly puzzled, but did not say anything. While his son and daughter-in-law feared him as a father, he was not unreasonable to the point that his children were not allowed to disturb him. However, the eldest son and second son had soft personalities and were somewhat pedantic from a young age. After they got married and started their careers, the two daughters-in-law came from a small family. If not for the Grand Secretary's blessing of having 2 grandchildren, they would not dare to come here and ask for trouble. The youngest son, Zhang Bianguan, was an anomaly among the 3 sons. His personality was the most stubborn, but his relationship with the Zhang manor was also the most rigid. It was as if father and son would never have any contact with each other. For Zhang Bianguan to take the initiative to walk into this manor was indeed like the sun rising from the west. Although Zhang Julu's face was expressionless, he still unconsciously glanced in the direction of the courtyard gate. Even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs. How many fathers in the world truly loathed their own sons? Chapter 1286. Zhang Bianguan was still as sloppy as ever. He ran into the yard with an item in his hand that was not commonly seen in the capital. It was a small copper stove made of bamboo that was popular in the countryside of Jiangnan. Inside, there was a charcoal fire covered in ash for warmth. The elderly all liked to carry this item when they went out for a walk or chatted at home. The ancestral home of the Zhang family was south of the Guangling River. Before Zhang Julu made a name for himself in the imperial examinations, he often used this when he was studying hard. After all, compared to a large stove, it saved a lot of charcoal fire. Even poor families could use it if they gritted their teeth. After he became famous in the capital, only his grandfather, who had moved to Taiyan City to live out his retirement, occasionally used it. Who knew where Zhang Bianguan had gotten such an old antique from? Zhang Bianguan asked the steward for some new charcoal to pour into the stove. He also shoveled some ash from the large bamboo stove under Zhang Julu's feet. Crouching on the ground, he finished fiddling with it and handed it to Zhang Julu. Zhang Julu was startled. He took it and placed it on his lap. With one hand holding the book and the other holding the stove, the warmth immediately increased. Zhang Bianguan asked for a small stool from the steward and grumbled endlessly, "How old are you? You don't know how to admit your old age. You insist on admiring the snow outside and reading to act like a hero." The steward smiled knowingly and left. These words could only be said by the young master. The other 2 young masters would never dare to say such things. The old master only needed to give them a slightly impatient glance and the 2 young masters, who only knew how to bury themselves in books, would tremble in fear. Even in the summer, it was as if they were walking on thin ice. Zhang Bianguan used an iron pincer to stir the charcoal fire in the stove and said to himself, I heard from the marketplace that your words as the Grand Secretary are becoming more and more useless today. Many 5th and 6th level minor officials dare to be sloppy. Other than Wang Xionggui's Ministry of Revenue and Ministry of Rights, which can be considered honest, the Ministry of Appointments, Ministry of War, Ministry of Works, and Ministry of Justice all have countermeasures against Zhang Bianguan's policies. Especially the Hanlin Academy and Imperial College. Every few days, the noble officials and scholars will come up with a few new poems that borrow from the past to satirize the present. There are even some who say that the emperor is patrolling the borders. Earlier, he went to Liao to clean up the corruption case between the internal and external courts. Now, he is going to Jizhou to overturn the case of the Han family, If you want to talk about it, even a basket of them won't be enough. Zhang Julu calmly asked, didn't you also say that right now? It's just some low-level officials who are stirring up trouble. Zhang Bianguan placed his hands on the stove to warm the fire. He didn't even raise his head. Gusts of cold wind rise from underground. If we don't stop it in time, when the evil rain falls on our heads, can we still be saved? Zhang Julu impatiently said, that's it. If you're done, you can leave. Zhang Bianguan suddenly raised his head. His eyes were red as he asked, this time, I actually want to talk about two things. First, there was an imperial censor who accused my eldest brother of embezzling fertile land and my second brother of cheating in the imperial examination. Others are cursing you, the Grand Secretary. I don't care, and I don't have the ability to interfere. But why do you have to treat my two brothers so lowly? You clearly have the ability to interfere, so why do you have to swallow your anger? Even if the ending is the same, and I'm just a pile of mud who doesn't care, can't you let my two brothers die a bit more honorably? Zhang Julu calmly said, your second brother cheated in the imperial examination. He said that the 6th place in the provincial examination had an improper origin. Although I didn't incite him to do anything back then, if you think about it carefully, it can be considered true. After all, the chief examiner appointed by the emperor at that time was my disciple. With your second brother's craftsmanship, although it wouldn't be difficult for him to pass the provincial examination, to obtain the title of the chief examiner was no different from a fool's dream. As for your eldest brother embezzling fertile land, Zhang Bianguan angrily said, my eldest brother, that bookworm, and my eldest sister-in-law, every time they come to the residence, they wear the exact same clothes and jewelry that can be considered valuable. How can they compete with the common people? For the sake of his reputation, your Grand Secretary has never taken a look at eldest brother's official residence. I, Zhang Bianguan, have been there countless times. I know better than anyone what kind of poor life eldest brother and sister-in-law lead. Zhang Julu interrupted his youngest son's words and calmly said, in the 8th year of Yonghui, I indeed helped your eldest brother purchase 300 mu of fertile land. My method was not honorable, but your eldest brother has always been kept in the dark. Zhang Bianguan was stunned. Then, tears immediately gushed out of his eyes. He muttered to himself, why is this? Why do you even have to scheme against your own son? Zhang Julu looked at the snow in the courtyard. It was a vast expanse of white. No one had swept it away for half a day. Perhaps it was knee-deep. He softly said, the so-called spring of Yonghui, all the officials in the imperial court are well aware. In the future, those who stand side by side will mostly come from humble families. Zhang Julu put down the book and stood up. He carried the small stove with both hands and muttered to himself, the rule of humble families having no noble children has already been broken. The significance is great. Compared to the past when the great Emperor Qin established the Qin dynasty, the wandering scholars were no longer rootless duckweeds. However, in the past 800 years, everyone has deeply experienced the advantages and disadvantages of the noble families. In that case, in the next 800 years, will those poor scholars who have jumped over the Dragon's Gate today reflect on themselves? How much will they reflect on themselves? poor scholars suddenly become rich and powerful. In the morning, they become field salaried workers. In the evening, they ascend to the hall of heaven. Do you really think that anyone can control their own hearts in the dyed vat of officialdom? It is precisely these barefooted people who stand at a high position. Once they do evil, they have no bottom line. Zhang Julu smiled and said, "This door was opened by me, Zhang Julu." Then, looking at me, Zhang Julu, the Grand Secretary of the Imperial Court, who has been in power for 20 years, I have lost my reputation because of the corruption of my descendants. Does this count as giving a dose of refreshing medicine to the poor scholars and officials who have ascended to the Imperial Court in the future? Chapter 1287. Zhang Bianguan slowly raised his head. With tears streaming down his face, he said in a trembling voice, "Father, you are always so high and far-sighted, saying the loudest words under the heavens, doing the boldest things under the heavens. But have you forgotten to turn around and look down at us, your children?" Zhang Julu did not turn his head to look at his youngest son. He sneered and said, "What, are you afraid?" That's right, who in this world is not afraid of death? Even those upright officials who frequently ask their families to prepare coffins and then generously go to their deaths are also afraid of death. For some reason, I thought of an interesting matter. Some of the officials who had been thrown into the imperial prison were not afraid of death, but they were more afraid of dying without knowing why. Almost all of them used charcoal pens to write suicide letters on the walls of the prison. Perhaps the common people did not know that a charcoal pen in the imperial prison cost several hundred taels of silver to buy. For the poorer ones, it was not a problem for them. Dipping their fingers in blood, they were still able to write a letter in blood that was both praiseworthy and tragic. Your eldest brother is inflexible, he cannot do this kind of thing that can accumulate prestige the most. Your second brother is slightly more clever. If he is lucky enough to become an upright and noble official, he would not dare to do it even if he wanted to. As for you, Zhang Bianguan, you probably feel it is beneath your dignity to do it. Zhang Bianguan stood up and snatched the small stove from Zhang Julu's hands. He fiercely smashed it into the snowy ground below the steps. The raging charcoal fire that rolled out of the stove quickly dissipated. Zhang Julu did not care about this son's disobedient behavior. Not to mention licking his children's affection, he even wanted to personally serve his son's 3 bowls of death rice. Even if his son wanted to beat him, the Grand Secretary, a few times, it did not seem to be a big deal. Zhang Julu slowly turned his head. Looking at his ashen-faced youngest son, he asked, "Do you really think your eldest brother and second brother do not know the situation of the imperial court at all? Do you really think they do not know the fate of the entire Zhang family? Only you, Zhang Bianguan, can be smart all your life, but they can't be smart for once." Zhang Julu retracted his gaze and sneered, "Then you are too self-righteous. Among my sons, you, Zhang Bianguan, are the most thoughtful. But your 2 brothers are pedantic, but how can they be stupid? They have been influenced by the political situation for so many years. No matter how pure their thoughts are, they have long been enlightened." Zhang Bianguan squatted down and murmured, "Back then, you insisted that our 3 sons could only marry women from small families. You were waiting for this day, right? If she was a woman from a noble family, she would implicate many people. When the time comes, when His Majesty the Emperor wants to kill people, he will also be overcautious. You really are a rarely seen Grand Secretary with a conscience, not making things difficult for the monarch sitting on the dragon throne. Eldest sister-in-law and second sister-in-law can both be considered to be good at managing their families. These years, their families can be considered to have benefited from the Zhang family's glory, profiting greatly in the open and in the dark, vaguely becoming a large family in the local counties. You even made an exception and turned a blind eye to this. Hey, you are doing this to make your conscience feel a bit better, right?" Zhang Julu did not say anything. Zhang Bianguan rubbed his cheeks. He looked at the small stove left behind by his grandfather in the snow and said quietly, "Father, in order to become a good official, from the very beginning at my grandparents' side, you were not a good son. Then, you were not a good husband. Then, when you came to our side, you were not a good father. In the end, you were not even a good grandfather. Was it really worth it?" Zhang Julu raised his hands and blew out a mouthful of fog. He smiled and said, "A good official." Zhang Julu was in a daze. He still remembered that his best friend Tantanon had once said some drunken words. To him, it was easy to be a loyal and treacherous official, it was easy to be an honest and muddle-headed official, but it was the most difficult to be a good official sandwiched between the monarch and the common people. It was difficult to explain clearly in a few words. It was already very difficult to control the monarch's world, and it was even more difficult to win a good reputation in life or in death. Zhang Julu suddenly said, "When I was young, I read an anonymous frontier fortress poem. In it, there was a line, riding a horse to the west, wanting to reach the sky, passing Chi to the west, feeling that the sky is low." I was especially fascinated. I always thought that if one day the official career was not successful, at worst I would just throw away the pen and join the army. I would go and see with my own eyes the scenery of the vast wilderness and the sky at the border. That way, my life would not be in vain. But later, when the official career was stable, after your mother gave birth to you, she gave you the name Bien Guan. For some reason, Zhang Bien Guan calmed down a lot. He squeezed out a smile and said self-mockingly, "Because of this unworthy name, I have been ridiculed for so many years by the group of second generation in the capital. They said that you, the Grand Secretary, should have been named Zhang Taiyan or Zhang Jingqing." Zhang Julu smiled and walked down the steps. He bent down to pick up the small stove. He picked up the iron tongs and put some charcoal into the fire. He handed it back to the young son and said softly, "I know that your hearts have been cold for many years. Father can't do anything." Zhang Bien Guan was stunned and forgot to speak. Zhang Julu waved his hand and asked the steward to bring a small stool. After sitting down, he asked, "The reason for this trip, is it because Man Air asked for a letter of divorce from you? Do you feel that you can't vent your anger? You have been with the chicken and the dog for so many years, but at this juncture, she abandoned you and left. Do you feel like husband and wife are birds in the same forest and fly away separately in the face of disaster?" Zhang Bien Guan, who was asked several questions in a row, shook his head and said, "I don't mind her doing this." Zhang Julu wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, he just said, "Don't be angry at her. Among the 3 daughters-in-law of the Zhang family, she has it the hardest. It's hard for her to be an evil person. She is such a smart and kind girl. Our Zhang family has let her down." Zhang Bien Guan looked straight at his father. The latter asked back, "Do you understand?" Zhang Bien Guan suddenly remembered something and suddenly choked with sobs. When a woman is ruthless, she is the most ruthless. When a woman is infatuated, she is the most deeply moved. Zhang Bien Guan seemed to have untied the knot in his heart and nodded vigorously. Chapter 1288. Zhang Julu smiled and asked, "That Tantanon always said that even if one has eternal fame, it is not as good as a cup of wine when one was alive. In the past, I did not believe it. Why don't the 2 of us drink a few cups today?" Naturally, Zhang Bien Guan would not refuse. Thus, the most powerful official in Jingdo and the most useless playboy of Great Peace City, this pair of strange father and son, separated by a stove, sat across from each other on a small stool and slowly drank wine. The wine jug was placed on the edge of the stove. Zhang Bien Guan said, "Father, in reality, no one is angry at you." Zhang Julu drank a mouthful of wine and did not speak. Cup after cup, the father and son drank like this. The steward tiptoed over to deliver a second jug of wine. Along the way, he brought a thick fur coat for the Grand Secretary. In the end, Zhang Bianguan staggered away in a drunken stupor. Zhang Julu saw him to the gate of the mansion and gave the fur coat to his son to wear. Zhang Julu stood on the steps and reached out to catch some snowflakes in his hand. There was nothing one could do about the affairs of the world. When one could say it, one did not want to say it. When one wanted to say it, one could not say it. Perhaps half a year ago, no one would have believed that the West Chu Navy would be able to fight the Guangling Navy downstream like a lion hunting a rabbit. Like an arrow on a bowstring, they were only waiting to go down the river and head straight for the spring snow building. Even in the darkness, just by the light of the lanterns, those towering ships exuded a savage aura of war. Presumably, every old remnant of West Chu who saw this scene would find it hard to restrain their joy and sorrow. For 20 years, the world had only heard that the Bailiang cavalry was the best in the world. Did anyone remember the majestic sight of the Dechu Navy of the past? In the last few months, there had been an endless stream of old remnant people walking or riding carriages to the riverbank to look at this scene from afar. They either knelt or clasped their hands, all of them weeping and then laughing madly as they returned home to tell their old friends. Qiao Chongqing personally commanded the navy. The Divine Phoenix was named after the capital city of Dechu. A middle-aged Confucian scholar in green, who had been holding a lantern and admiring a painting, raised his head and gently extinguished the lantern. Walking out of the cabin on the top floor, he gazed toward the right bank of the Guangling River. He saw a group of cavalry dressed differently from the navy suddenly appear. Afterward, the leading knight and a few retainers leisurely crossed the river on a small boat. At the bow of the small boat stood a person. His figure was tall and slender. As the boat approached, the knight's face became clearer under the light. He was determined, conceited, and full of heroic spirit. He lacked the gentleness of a gentleman. However, this young man really couldn't ask for more. It would be strange if he was just a kind and gentle scholar who could trample the territory that Zhao Yi had painstakingly built for more than 10 years in 3 months. One of the deputy commanders of the Dechu Navy, Song Yuanhang, stood beside the Confucian scholar in green. After seeing the uninvited guest, he did not hide his displeasure at all. Not only him, but the Navy generals who had walked out of the cabins on the lower levels of the Divine Phoenix ship also did not have a good impression of this young man. It was not a bad thing for a young man to show off his ability, but to be so arrogant that he did not consider the rules as rules was rather annoying. Similarly, as the son of one of Dechu's most powerful families, Pei Sui, who had made great contributions earlier, was very humble. Ko Jianghuai, if it weren't for this person in charge of the navy helping him smooth things over, he would have long rolled up his things and scrambled back to Shangyin Academy to read his books on the art of war. Earlier, he had repeatedly disrupted the plan and acted on his own initiative to move troops and generals. Not to mention that, he had come to visit the navy tonight, and he didn't even give a greeting. Did he really think that the great Dechu couldn't accomplish great things without one Ko Jianghuai? The scene that followed made the navy commanders on the ship even angrier. Ko Jianghuai did not board the ship to greet the commander of Dechu's 3 armies, Qiao Chongqing. Instead, he stood at the bow of the small boat with his hand on his sword. He raised his head to look at the green-robed man. After directly calling his name, he asked in a low voice, "Qiao Chongqing, why won't you allow me to take down the 6,000 soldiers that Song Li dropped into my pocket?" The white-haired Qiao Chongqing did not make a sound and met the young man's gaze. The tall Ko Jianghuai had no awareness that he was talking to Dechu's second stabilizing needle after Yi Baikue. His tone was angry and dissatisfied, almost questioning. The opportunity is fleeting. Song Li is not an idiot who doesn't understand military matters. Wait until he has a firm foothold on the Eastern Front and straightens out the internal conflict in the spring snow building before I want to do it in one go. Ko Jianghuai, you are already General Ko. As for the imperial edict to remove you from your position, you will receive it a few days later. However, it is all the same whether it is early or late. Qiao Chongqing. Ko Jianghuai originally thought that the Chu still had 2.5 people who knew how to use troops and enough to conquer the world. Since there is only half left tonight, then there is no hope of reviving the country. It doesn't matter if I am an official or not. I want to open my eyes and see if that half can help you take down the spring snow building. Ko Jianghuai angrily threw his sword into the Guangling River. The small boat turned around and left. Song Yuanheng quietly asked, "Minister, has this kid lost his mind?" Chao Changqing smiled slightly. "He has not gone mad. Ko Jianghuai is very clear-headed. His view of the Eastern Front is correct. This, however, what Ko Jianghuai does not know is that he has been blinded by a single leaf." "Minister, why do you say this?" "The main general of the Eastern Front that I, Chao Changqing, want should not only focus on the spring snow building in Zhao Yi. If he stops here, then Xie Shibian will be able to achieve his so-called half a person." The blue-clothed official lowered his head and looked at the Guangling River flowing east. He was in a daze. Ko Jianghuai should be able to see further. He should be looking at the Great Peace City. Chapter 1289. In the prince's mansion in Xiangfan City. The young king of Jing'an, Xiao Sun, was summoned to Guangling to quell the rebellion. So far, he had not made any contributions. The large Qingzhou was handed over to a blind man who was also young. It was peaceful. He did not make any outstanding achievements, but he did not degenerate to the point where he had to use self-deprecating methods to win the trust of the new king of Jing'an. It could be said to be a model example of a ruler and his minister being compatible. It was somewhat similar to the partnership between the king of Yan and Nalan Yusi. After nightfall, the stars twinkled. Lu Xuan stood under the eaves and raised his head to look at the resplendent starry sky. Next to him was the maidservant that Prince Jing'an's estate had placed at his side. He never thought that after spending so much time together, they would end up in the same boat. But this might not necessarily be the young Prince Jing'an's original scheme. "Teacher, you asked the prince to only lose and not win. When the time comes and the Zhao family loses face, the emperor will most likely blame you, right?" "Of course he will, and it will be a heavy punishment." Then why did the prince agree? When the old and the new take over, the new emperor will bring in new officials. The close and distant relationships of the past will be overturned. Often, it is not about contributions, only loyalty. It is about enough to use a few thousand lives in Qingzhou to show loyalty. When the old emperor deliberately suppresses someone, it is to pave the way for the new emperor to use. Otherwise, who will remember the good of the new emperor? Most of the wise emperors who retired from the stage in history liked to do things in such an obscure way because they were worried that the new emperor would have no one to use. Also, chaos is inevitable. After His Royal Highness loses this time, other than expressing his stance with the emperor and the crown prince, he can also take the opportunity to remove himself from the chaotic world and observe the changes quietly. "Teacher, do you count as a scholar who knows everything in the world without going out?" "I, as a teacher, am still lacking compared to Mr. Yuan of Great Peace City and Mr. Nalan of the King of Yan." "Teacher, you are too modest." Blind Lu Su smiled but did not speak. "Teacher, tell me some more principles. Although I don't understand, I like to hear them. How can there be so many principles? I am just full of complaints." "Teacher, don't be angry when I say this. If one day Wang Ye uses me to threaten Mr. can rest assured. Isn't it difficult to use a dead person to threaten a living person? Don't do anything stupid. If you kill yourself, with Xiao Sun's personality, I won't be far from death either. Otherwise, he won't be able to sleep well with a so-called confidant that he can't control." "Sir, are you helping me find a lame excuse to live?" "You're not stupid. But to be honest, this reason is not lame. Sir, you're a good man. Are you tired of living like this? What's so tiring about it? At the very least, it's easier than cheating people by gambling in Yongzi Alley a few years ago. Sir, I think you have great wisdom. But I can't tell whether you're wearing new clothes or old ones. I'll know if I touch it, after taking it off. See no evil, sir, don't you like to say that you're blind? Lu Su suddenly laughed. Then he said softly, Xiao Sun, Huainanzi is called a beautiful jade, but if you break it down, isn't it a Sun Emperor? Lu Su sighed, the backbone of us scholars will be broken in a few days. It was the same night, but far away at the border. Along with the sound of horse hooves in the distance, Ji Zhou's wild goose castle, which was not inferior to a border town, was like a giant beast that had been awakened. Almost instantly, countless lanterns and torches lit up at the same time, illuminating the castle as bright as day. There was a moat outside Wild Goose Castle. As the city gate was opened, the bridge was slowly lowered. The 7 or 8 riders did not need to wait for a moment before they rode their horses onto the bridge and entered Wild Goose Castle. Inside the city gate, a large group of Li family members were kneeling in Wild Goose Castle. There was the reclusive old castle master Li Chulin, the eldest son Li Yuanya who had specially rushed home from Ji Shi, and a group of elders who were rarely seen. No one was absent. Other than Li Huli, the eldest son Li Huli who had suddenly died after traveling south to Jiangnan, the entire Li family, who was like a local tyrant in Jizhou, was present. Even the old castle master's 80th birthday 2 years ago was not as grand as this. The leader of the 7 or 8 riders had an unfamiliar face. His face was pale, and he looked like he could not stand the extreme cold of the winter in the north. He wore a thick fox fur coat from Liaodong. Probably because he was old, he had already nurtured his loftiness to be very restrained and did not give off an overbearing feeling. Other than the father and son pair, Li Chulin and Li Yuanya, no one in Wild Goose Castle knew the identity of this graceful man. However, with the help of the brilliant lights in the corner of their eyes, the others could still see some clues. The rider behind the man who was acting as an attendant was actually the only great pillar of Liang, General Gu Jiantang. The members of the Li family kneeling on the ground, other than the ignorant teenagers and ignorant children, all guessed the identity of this man. For a moment, their eyes were filled with awe, anxiety, and pride. What a great honor it was to have such a distinguished guest visit them. How glorious was it to bring glory to their family. Perhaps because Gu Jiantang had reminded them before, Li Chulin and Li Yuanya only knelt to welcome him and did not greet him superfluously. The man dismounted from his horse and smiled warmly. The north is cold, and the land is cold. Besides, the records of rights of the king states that 80 strokes of the rod should be used in court. Old castle master, please rise. Everyone else, don't kneel. The 6 riders behind him dismounted at the same time. General Gu Jiantang, who was in light armor and carrying a saber, stepped forward silently and helped the man lead his horse. Li Chulin stood up carefully. Every wrinkle and crevice on his haggard and dignified face seemed to emit a strange brilliance. The old man, who was particularly tall, still bent slightly after getting up. He probably did not dare to let the man 5 steps away raise his head and speak. In terms of physical condition, Li Chulin, who was 80 years old but was still strong, looked more like a young man than the man in front of him. At least, Li Chulin gave others the impression that his heroic spirit had not diminished in the past. On the other hand, the guest who visited Wild Goose Castle in the middle of the night seemed to be unable to hide his exhaustion. Especially with the invisible contrast of the martial arts grandmaster Gu Jiantang, he seemed to be even more lethargic. Chapter 1290. As the man moved forward, the group started to break apart. At the same time, there was a suspicion that they were trying to steal the show. The man in the fur coat walked at the very front and called for the old castle master, Li Chulin, to accompany him. Gu Jiantang held a horse in each hand and followed closely behind. Then came Li Yuanya. These 4 people slowly walked at the front. Then came the 5 riders who each held heavy military power on the northern border of the dynasty. Finally came the old and young members of the Li family. Because the sight of the 5 people holding the horses was blocked, the Li family members who couldn't go to Gu de Zhuge was side to see what was going on started to look at the backs of these people. The old man with the sharp eyes of Yanbao recognized most of them and guessed the rest. He couldn't help but be speechless. These 5 people were all important figures in the military who held the title of general with real power. The lowest official was rank 4. It could be said that if these 5 people died at Yanbao, then the northern border of the 2 liaos would be half paralyzed. However, with Gu Jiantang, who was the #1 blade user in the world, holding the line, it would be difficult for these 5 generals to die even if they wanted to. Other than having high positions and power, these 5 riders had one thing in common. Compared to the old generals like Yang Shenxing and Yan Zhenchuan, although their military achievements and fame were not as great, they won because they were young. The oldest was less than 50 years old and the youngest was only 30 years old. The battlefield at the border didn't care about age and experience more than the court. Therefore, it could be said that these 5 were destined to become the future military pillars of the Liang imperial court. Perhaps the next Minister of War of Great Peace City would emerge from among them. The man walked on the smooth road paved with large green stone slabs. He raised his head and looked at the numerous fire dragons that stretched up from the lanterns. He sighed softly and said, "This is the first time I have entered Ji province in my life. I should have come earlier. My Zhao family is about to conquer the world. Usually, when I go to the diligent room to teach the Zhao family members, I always say that we can't slack off. We can't be misled by the ancients and believe that after conquering the world, we have to dismount from the horse and protect the world. That's what I said, but I don't seem to have done a good job of teaching them by word and example. Presumably, some of the Zhao clan's descendants will find it harder to place as much importance on military affairs as their ancestors." No matter how brave the old fox Li Chulin was, he didn't dare to interrupt the Son of Heaven's family affairs. He could only perk up his ears and not miss a single word. As long as the emperor, who was traveling incognito, didn't ask questions, he would just listen and not speak. This man who could allow Gu Jiantang to lead his horse and guard him with a clear conscience was none other than the current emperor, Zhao Dun, who had stealthily arrived at the border. However, the emperor did not issue an edict for the crown prince to be regent as soon as he left the capital. Instead, when he was about to return from Jizhou, he had the head eunuch of the ceremony directorate, Song Tonglu, hand a secret edict to Bai Gua of the Ministry of Rites and make it public. The edict was ambiguous, and it was enough for the purple-cloaked officials in the officialdom to chew on. This was the first time the old man had seen the emperor with his own eyes, and his heart palpitated violently. That year, the execution of the entire Han family had caused turmoil in Jizhou. The Li family of Yanbao, who had a marriage alliance with the Han family, had also been implicated. At that time, Li Chulin, who had yet to vacate the position of family head for Li Yuanya, was extremely vicious and merciless. Not only did he tie up the young couple and bring them to the execution ground in Jizhou's capital, he didn't even spare their young children. In the end, the 2 children, who should have been surnamed Li, were beheaded along with their parents. Thinking about it now, although Li Chulin felt somewhat guilty, he didn't regret it in the slightest. Under the strife of the general situation, the lives of a few innocent people didn't count for much. In just one night, the Han family, who had been loyal for hundreds of years, had become a traitor who had betrayed the country. For the past 10 years, everyone in the imperial court had said that it was the blue-eyed grand secretary who had harmed the public interest. It had even turned into one of the most powerful crimes that the imperial censorate had used to impeach Zhang Julu. This made the old man, who liked to read history in his spare time, feel somewhat distressed. In the past dynasties, there had always been treacherous officials who manipulated power and deceived the public. In the end, they were executed under the law, and never dared to say how muddle-headed the emperor was. To be honest, Li Chulin admired the Grand Secretary who was in the center of the imperial court but kept himself clean in all aspects. If it weren't for Zhang Julu's insistence on supporting the northern border and using half of the imperial court's taxes to support the northern border, the old Minister of War behind him wouldn't have been able to handle the situation so easily. As for why the current emperor had to make such an unnecessary move to visit Yanbao, after Li Chulin received Gu Jintang's handwritten secret letter, he had a private meeting with his eldest son, Li Yuanya. There were only 3 answers he came up with. Firstly, the imperial court of Zhao, or rather, the emperor, had to provide evidence that could convince the public in Ji province in order to redress the Han family's innocence. Yanbao was an old and wealthy family that had been rooted in Ji province for generations, and was also one of the victims in the past. If the Li family stood out and spoke at this critical moment, it would be more ironed out than the impeachment of the Right Chancellor of the Imperial College. It would also win more sympathy from the imperial court. It was an irresistible trend for everyone to push the wall that was down. However, not everyone had the right to push the high wall of the Zhang family that had stood in the imperial court for over 20 years. Furthermore, the Yuzhou side was restless. Currently, there were some extreme actions that crossed the border. Tens of thousands of riders had entered Ji province. Naturally, the imperial court would have to guard against the young man from Beiliang's Su family. With the departure of the old general of Ji province, Yang Shenxing, the Li family of Yanbao, who had 7,000 to 8,000 private soldiers, would naturally fall into the eyes of the imperial court. Both father and son guessed that it was a personal matter of the emperor. After the previous 2 times where he personally led the troops and returned with no results, the current emperor had never patrolled the borders. He had not even gone to the prosperous Jiangnan. The people mistakenly thought that the current emperor only cared about internal affairs and did not care about military exploits on the borders. This was definitely the view of a country bumpkin. Li Chulin had always believed that the current emperor had an extremely strong desire to conquer Beimang, because this was the only feat that could prove that he could stand shoulder to shoulder with the late emperor. Emperor Zhao Dun gradually ascended along the green stone path. Yanbao's path also had the reputation of being the path of blue clouds. All the officials of Ji province would take this path in hopes of good luck. However, to the person sitting on the dragon chair, the meteoric rise that the officials dreamed of was not even worth mentioning. Li Chulin was shocked. It was said that the emperor did not forget to train his body in addition to working hard. The people of Ji province all thought that this man, who was only 50 years old, could continue to sit on that chair and look south for another 10 to 20 years. How could his physical strength be so weak? He actually had to pant after every 100 steps. Could it be that the prosperous Li Yang was about to change? It had to be known that Li Yang could not be considered peaceful. There were internal and external troubles. Outside, there was Beimang's million-strong cavalry eyeing them covetously. Inside, there was the revival of West Chu. Even more inside, the imperial court was in a state of crisis. Everyone was in danger. If something were to happen at this time, Li Chulin did not dare to think any further. He was afraid that the emperor beside him would notice if he revealed even the slightest abnormality. Yanbao was like a mountain. It went up layer by layer and climbed steadily. His Majesty stopped to rest at a pavilion with a wide view halfway up the mountain. He reached out and tightened his grip on the thick fur coat. After a long silence, he glanced to the west and suddenly said, "Old Castle Master, you must have a plan to deal with my uninvited visit. However, you are probably overthinking and wrong. I might as well tell you the truth. The reason I came to Yanbao was to take a closer look at that place." The old fort master of Yanbao Castle seemed to be shocked. He subconsciously straightened his back and then quickly bent down heavily. The old man, who was used to the ups and downs of life, trembled in fear and did not dare to speak. The emperor waved his hand. Gu Jiantang walked forward a few steps. Li Chulin tactfully retreated and waited at the bottom of the steps. The emperor coughed a few times. His tone was somewhat difficult. Jiantang, I have changed my mind. Follow me back to the capital tomorrow. When the time comes, you will send him off. Since I do not dare to see him, and none of the civil officials in the imperial court are worthy, I have thought about it. Only you, a general with the title of pillar of the state, are worthy. I actually know a little about the thoughts he has buried deep in his heart. Gu Jiantang said calmly, Does your majesty have any words to pass on? The emperor hesitated and said self-deprecatingly, Just tell him that the Dun, in Zhao Dun's name is worthy of the world. Only he, Zhang Julu, is ashamed. Chapter 1291. The arrival of the Emperor Zhao Dun and the Crown Prince Zhao Zhuan took advantage of the situation to govern the country. The Liyang court did not become turbulent because of this. On the contrary, under the direction of the Crown Prince Zhao Zhuan, as well as the strong support of the Crown Prince Yin Mao Chen and the other Eternal Hui Spring officials, the court even showed signs of greater vitality than before. Zhao Zhuan showed the same diligence as the current emperor. He never missed court meetings, sat through the night, and frequently summoned his officials. The Crown Prince did not disappoint and showed the presence of a wise ruler. Imperceptibly, the heavy haze that covered Great Peace City at the end of the first year of auspicious talisman faded slightly. Under Zhao Zhuan's management, a series of dazzling and far-reaching changes in power unfolded in the center of the dynasty. Qi Yanglong, as everyone expected, became the head of the secretariat, which had always been empty, and became an extremely rare prime minister in Liyang's history. Together with Zhang Julu, the leader of the secretariat, he was called the Grand Secretary by the people of the capital. Wang Xiongui, who had always been a tiring official in the capital and had been promoted to Minister of Revenue, was sent out to become the Guangling Taoist administrator. At the same time, Zhao Yuling, who was also from the Yonghui era, resigned as the Minister of Personnel and was promoted by half a rank, entering the Secretariat to assist the old head of the Secretariat Qi Yanglong. Yin Mao Chen, the head of the Hanlin Academy, who had always been known as the Crown Prince but was actually only a rank 3 official, finally took a substantial step forward. Not only was he given the title of Grand Secretary of the Hall of Harmony, ranked second out of the 6 Grand Secretaries of Liyang, he also took over as Minister of Personnel. With the Beijing investigation and local reviews as a foundation, the Liyang court was not surprised by this move. Bai Guo, the Minister of Rights, filled the vacancy left by Wang Xionggui's departure, moving from the Ministry of Rights to the Ministry of Revenue. Although their ranks were the same, one was the Minister of Rights of the Yamen, and the other was the Ministry of Revenue that was in charge of land taxes. Everyone could see that Bai Guo had also stepped onto a new level and did not fall too far behind Zhao Yuling and Yin Mao Chen. As for the Right Chancellor of the Imperial College, Jean Lanting, who had a public conflict with Yao Baifeng, he became the luckiest person in the Liyang dynasty in the past 5 years. After the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights was promoted to minister, Jean Lanting, who had been on the cusp of Great Peace City for the past few years, once again gave everyone a huge surprise. He was promoted to secondary grade 2 left assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights. The left chancellor, Yao Baifeng, who was supposed to be in charge of the Ministry of Rights, became the unexpected person. The commander at the front, Lu Xingxiang, who did not know how to use troops and caused problems in the rebellion, was promoted instead of being demoted. Although he resigned from his position as the left assistant minister of the Ministry of War, he was promoted instead. Although he resigned from his position as the left assistant minister of the Ministry of War, he received the title of primary grade 2 general. The Dragon General, Su Gong, who was seen as having the potential to lead troops down south, was not only unable to replace Lu Xingxiang, who was widely acknowledged to be mediocre, but this pillar of the Su family was instead hidden as the left assistant minister of the Ministry of War. After taking the position, it was rumored that he was going to be chased out of Great Peace City to patrol the northern border. It was hard to imagine that such a grand storm had nothing to do with that purple-bearded, blue-eyed man from beginning to end. Last year, during the inspection, Zhao Yuling and Yin Mao Chen submitted to the emperor matters regarding the promotion and reprimand of the 1,800 officials in the capital. This year was the external inspection, which was also the year of the local evaluation. After Yin Mao Chen returned to the capital a while ago, he quickly ran into the emperor on his border patrol. Thus, under an imperial edict from Liaoxi to the capital, the details of the local evaluation were sent to the crown prince. Zhao Zhuan was given full authority over this matter. After the morning court session, the crown prince had Song Tonglu, head of the ceremony directorate, pass on a message to all of the grand secretaries of the palace, the big shots of the 2 provinces under the Hall of Secretaries, the assistant ministers of the 6 ministries, and a number of dukes and marquises surnamed Zhao to participate in this impromptu afternoon court session, which could be considered a common occurrence in Liang Imperial Court. In the meeting room, the 3 officials of the Ministry of Personnel, the Ministry of Personnel's Merit Auditing Department, the Ministry of Appointment Examination Department, and the newly appointed Merit Auditing Department were responsible for reporting the specific situation. The Crown Prince and the 20 or so most powerful dukes and marquises in the Liang dynasty passed around the files one after another. There were also several eunuchs, including the ceremony directorate, who were present to listen. These eunuchs, who wore bright red python robes, were mainly responsible for adding charcoal and changing the refreshments. Grand Secretary Zhang Julu was invited, but did not attend. In the warm room, there were not many new faces, but many of the old faces had changed into brand new official robes and court robes. It was not the new year, but there was already a new atmosphere. The former Minister of Personnel, Zhao Yuling, was already one of the few first-rank officials. Today, he sat beside the head of the Hall of Secretaries, Qi Yanglong. Intentionally or unintentionally, he glanced at Yin Mao Chen, who was also of Zhonglu origin. When he lowered his head and leisurely drank his tea, the corners of his mouth quietly curved up. A certain someone had been called the Prime Minister for more than 10 years. Today, he was only the Minister of Personnel of the External Court, nothing more than eating the leftovers from his own leftovers. The dust had more or less settled, but didn't he still not lose the title of Prime Minister? When would he be able to take on the role of Prime Minister, in reality? In the spring of Eternal Hui, it was publicly acknowledged that Bai Guo was the most talented, but Yin Mao Chen was the most suitable. However, I, Zhao Yuling, am now a step ahead of him. The so-called Grand Secretary of the Palace of Harmony that Yin Mao Chen has is nothing more than the Emperor's alms to compensate you for not being able to become the head of the Palace of Secretaries. Chapter 1292. In truth, half a month ago, Zhao Yuling had been secretly worried. He was not afraid that Yin Mao Chen, who had been dormant for many years, would amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. What he was afraid of was that Yin Mao Chen would continue to be suppressed in the Hanlin Academy. This meant that once someone completely fell from power, Yin Mao Chen would be destined to be the one with the greatest benefits. Now that the court had given him the Minister of Appointments and the Grand Secretary, Zhao Yuling, who was familiar with the thoughts of the Emperor, could be at ease. Slightly moistening his throat, Zhao Yuling, who was in a good mood, twisted the lid of his teacup. Out of the corner of his eye, he casually sized up the new Minister of Revenue, Bai Guo. He had never seen this disappointing fellow as an enemy. Even though Bai Guo had a good reputation in the court, once one had climbed to their level, they only paid attention to 4 words: simplicity in the heart of the Emperor. As expected, Bai Guo had not been able to enter Tantanan's subordinate province, and he had not been able to obtain the position of First Minister of the 6 ministries. In the end, in this room, the most disappointed person was Yin Mao Chen. The second most disappointed person was our new Minister of Revenue. However, in Zhao Yuling's view, Bai Guo, who did not have much of a foundation, should be satisfied to be able to obtain the position of Minister of Revenue. Zhao Yuling raised his eyelids and just happened to see the bearded young third minister Jin looking over. Zhao Yuling's face was expressionless. The newly appointed left assistant minister of rights, Jin Lanting, hurriedly smiled in greeting. Zhao Yuling did not pay him any attention. He turned around and put down his teacup, laughing coldly in his heart. Did a lucky fellow, who had relied on crooked methods to barely make it to the center of the dynasty, really think he could last forever? In the court, one was not afraid of the battles between gentlemen, or even between factions. However, the greatest taboo was to make enemies everywhere because of personal grudges. Coming from a small, unknown noble family in Bailiang, in just a few short years, he had angered Huan Wen and Yao Baifeng. Even if he managed to use his influence to take down someone, could he, Jean Lanting, clean up the mess afterwards? Other than Jean Lanting, who was attending such a high-level court meeting for the first time, there was another official who was even more unfamiliar to Great Peace City than Jean Lanting. That was Su Gong of the Gumu family of Gongnamdu. As the assistant minister of the Ministry of War, he was still a famous general even though he had missed the Spring and Autumn War. At this moment, he was sitting upright beside his superior, Liu Baijie. His eyes were focused on his nose was focused on his heart, and his expression was firm and rigid. Compared to the elegant bearing of the Tangxi sword immortal Lu Shangshu, Su Gong was more like a military general on the battlefield. His body was tall and sturdy, and his appearance was rough. His ascension this time was the most confusing of all the officials who had changed positions. Logically speaking, Su Gong did not have any great achievements, nor was he Gu Jintang's direct line of command. He did not have any big tree in the court that he could rely on, so he should not have been included in the Jingdo court. But this time, he had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and then was quickly expelled from the capital. This made Su Gong seem even more like a joke. The court meeting only came to an end at dusk. The Minister of Works and the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice, both in their 60s, could not hide their fatigue. Crown Prince Xiao Zhuan ordered the Ceremony Directorate to have the Imperial Kitchen send over some food. During this time, all the officials could find time to rest or walk out of their rooms to get some air. Huan Wen was an important official with sufficient experience, reputation, and achievements. Naturally, he would not be as reserved and uneasy as the assistant ministers of the 6 ministries. He was the first to leave the room. Crown Prince Xiao Zhuan quickly rose and walked out quickly. He called out to Tantanon with a smile, and then they walked out together. This scene, in the eyes of those who paid attention, could not help but cause their imaginations to run wild. Jean Lanting sat in his seat without moving. He also did not take the initiative to exchange pleasantries with any of the seniors in the room. He seemed particularly lonely. In the corridor outside the room, Huan Wen smiled and asked, "What matter does your highness have?" There was no one around. The crown prince blinked and secretly made a gesture of raising his cup to drink. Huan Wen was not polite. He chuckled and said, "That would be great." The two of them walked to a distant side room. Behind them was the head eunuch of the Ceremony Directorate, Song Tonglu. The Crown Prince hesitated and then said, "The position of the Right Chancellor of the Imperial College is temporarily vacant. Master Yao has not recommended anyone for the position. Does Tantanon have any suggestions?" Huan Wen was stunned. Crown Prince Xiao Zhuan smiled and did not speak. Huan Wen also smiled and did not hesitate. He said straightforwardly, "There is no candidate for the Right Chancellor of the Imperial College. The province under my tutelage is lacking a satisfactory assistant official. Coincidentally, I can take this opportunity to ask for someone from your highness." Xiao Zhuan furrowed his brows and asked quietly, "Could it be?" Although the Crown Prince did not say a name, Tantanon had already nodded. Both sides were well aware. It was Chen Xiaobao, Chen Wang of the Diligent Department. He was born a poor scholar and had achieved Jinshi. He did not make it into the top 3, but he was barely qualified to enter the Hanlin Academy and become a noble servant. He then served as the personal attendant of the Son of Heaven. Later, he was briefly a lecturer in the Eastern Palace and a doctor in the Meritorious Service Department. Noble was noble, but his official position was not high. Junior Guardian, could only be considered a title bestowed by the Son of Heaven. But if Chen Wang could go to the Minxia province and become Huan Wen's right-hand man, then it would not make sense if he did not have a high third-rank official. It was even possible for him to be a second-rank official. In this way, the popular Jean Lanting in Great Peace City would pale in comparison. Huan Wen suddenly slapped his head and said, "The candidate for the right chancellor of the Imperial College, I have thought of a very unsuitable candidate." The Crown Prince couldn't help but smile. He said helplessly, "Tantanon, your words." Huan Wen laughed loudly and didn't say anything else. But once again, both sides were well aware that the two official positions had been decided before the wine was even drunk. One was Chen Wang, going to the Minxia province. The other was Sun Yin, going to the Imperial College. They both seemed to come from Beiliang.